the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Absolutely. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Man, I forget how loud you do your, and I forget how different it sounds over here too.
Yeah, it definitely does sound different.
God,
It do be different.
It do be different.
Look who it is.
Look, it's Take Man.
I hate that.
What's up with that, man? I believe you said that.
Well, yeah. How dare I? That was the worst. Just the worst.
Now, for people, Austin, who
don't live online,
yes, because they like AM radio.
What did he say?
They say, man, can you imagine getting in your car at 7 a.m. and not having a radio show?
Yeah, crazy.
What did you say that triggered the world?
Maybe a non-contextual clip that was posted online of me saying, "Hey, there was."
Did you say read my column?
I should have. I would have done that. I happened to say in a video online that went trending on Monday that people got really upset over. Mostly people that had like photos of them in their car with sunglasses or
Usually is.
Yeah, that sort of stuff. That group of people were upset that I said, "Oh, I just don't think Memorial Stadium has the same juice as other stadiums, and specifically the SEC." And people lost their damn minds.
They were really mad that you said the Memorial Stadium wasn't as good as the stadiums in the SEC, and then you said, "I haven't been to any SEC games."
But see, this is again where they missed the part.
That's where they got really mad.
They missed the part where I had specifically said, "Yeah, I've been like watching this video series on a guy who traveled to every SEC stadium, and he talks about all the things I discussed in it." And they were like, who needs that part?
Amazing.
But to be fair, I'm all about content and clicks, and that did happen to work out pretty well.
That's true. Your life is actually about clicks.
We love clicks, don't we?
We do love the clicks.
Thank you,
All the
clicks.
views. Hello, Nick.
Hi.
So yes,
we're click boys.
The Take Man is here, but I'm trying to take a little sabbatical because now it's just turned
from
it's Take Man and Poll Question Man.
Dude.
Doorman.
That
Doorman
is one of the most ridiculous poll questions I have ever seen.
Let me.
I cannot believe the numbers on that. It was insane.
Absurd.
So first of all, this is the biggest poll question that I've ever posted by far.
Every part about it is absurd. The options, the voting on the options, how many people saw the options, the comments. Yes.
2,992 votes, which is a record easily.
Yeah, it's still got like 70 because we looked at it at like 1. It still got 70 in the last 40 minutes.
In the post Elon world, like getting a poll question to have this much engagement is like impossible to do. 51.5% say door number 1. 48.5% say door number 2.
Unbelievable.
If you would like this is a horrible
insane.
poll question, but it's obviously not because it is the most perfect poll question that I've ever seen. It's our big, beautiful poll question.
And if you would like to watch us in our big, beautiful poll question, you can watch the video of us talking about it.
Nobody wants that. They
on
just want the
1620
poll
The Zone
question.
TV right now.
Only the poll question. Now, did
85 responses.
Did the poll question drum up a lot of conversation, or was it just people clicking on the poll?
It drummed it up.
Yeah, there was this one guy.
It took over the entire show.
There's one guy who later responded to me and said, "Answer my question." He had a previous question. There was some Ohio State fan who quoted it and like used it as a way to ask a poll question for them, but it was like really. Like it was Ohio State coded. It was like, we're 11-0 and we lose to LSU. And I'm like, who cares about losing to LSU?
Yeah,
in
that's
the
not the
playoff?
point.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't want to lose to the Nest Bus.
I have never seen anything like this before.
It's absurd.
I wish I could turn this into money.
What am I going to do to get clicks today?
Thank you, Kirk Ferentz.
I better do something.
Well, you're leaving.
Fire off a quick take. Think of something.
I have to look at the camera or something while I do it. Kyle, get the TikTok camera out.
Austin, I have a question for you because you are of the internet.
I am.
You're Gen Z.
Mm-hmm. I was born there.
So you mentioned the people that take pictures of themselves in their cars and that's their avatar. Like
Yes.
that is obviously a specific type of person. But
Yes.
crossing the aisle on both sides are just people giving takes while they are in their vehicles.
That is true.
Why?
And people also eat a lot in their vehicles online now these days too. Have you
Yes,
noticed
they
that?
do.
There's a lot of video recording in cars. I don't like that.
a great point.
Yeah.
So what? It obviously is working. But
Right.
why? Why? Like I heard a podcast actually discussing this for like 5 minutes one time, and they think it's because the broadcasters who do it, it's like, look, I'm just like you. I have a car.
I'm a normal person.
See, I'm
I
in
think
a
it's
vehicle.
also because
really?
they're a little scared of actual public space, but then they can just like do it inside
Do it
of
from
their
your couch.
I mean, that's
Well,
true. I
but
don't want to
you
be the
don't wanna
guy walking around outside with
like
my phone.
Simmons?
Yeah.
he does his power walks in LA and he gives takes on the cell.
Yeah,
phones.
I don't want to be walking around on the street like this. That would be stupid.
I think it very much is the psychological, like,
Every
this
man?
person is just like me kind of thing.
That is
you
so
know?
wild.
Yeah.
If I see and look, I love Rob.
Of course, you have a car.
But
And, like-
Ravi did the thing that Will
Yeah,
Cobb
he did it in his car. Yes.
and
When
I
I
was just
when
like,
I
but
saw
why?
when I saw Ravi did post that, I asked myself, I was like, what?
Why is he in the car?
Yeah.
Just do it in your home.
I don't know.
You have a podcast.
I think there's
studio.
another.
Yeah.
Hey, you don't know that.
I think there's another
I've heard.
psychological thing with it too, where somebody
get it.
sees it and they're like, "Oh, this thing was so important that this person wanted to talk about that they pulled over the second they thought
That's
about it to
even
get it
worse.
out."
There is a thought that there is some urgency to it when you do it in the car.
Wow.
When you're doing it in the car,
You know what I do?
Yeah.
If
I mean, if you're
the
ever
kids
doing it,
are doing it in the
if
car
you're
these
ever
days.
doing it in the car, there's some urgency to
Mhm.
it,
I mean,
right?
that is definitely true.
Yeah.
Speaking
Yeah.
of the Titanic scenario,
They
Yeah.
did it in the car.
they did it in the
The
car.
amount of people that do record themselves eating in a vehicle,
TikToks in the car.
crazy.
You know what I do when I scroll and I see somebody talking to me in their vehicle, I keep going. I do not.
So
watch.
You're anti-car.
I don't
not a big
want to hear-
Transformer guy.
I don't want to hear car takes.
Wow.
No takes in.
I
car
actually
takes.
100% agree with Josh.
I'm like,
Yeah.
especially if you're a radio.
Why
or
do you guys
podcaster.
hate car?
I love car.
I love car.
Anti-car.
I drive car.
I think the video thing might be because these people doing fast food reviews or food reviews want to eat it before it gets warm
I mean, that's what happened.
Cold,
or
you mean?
cold.
Yeah, but I don't
That's-
record it.
Yeah, you do
Nor
that.
nor do I have a. I shouldn't
People
say
like
what I'm
watching
gonna
other
say.
people eat. You ever hear of
Say it.
mukbang videos?
Was that a hot take?
I was gonna say that I don't have a big enough ego
Nice.
to believe that people want to watch me eat my food.
Yes.
Do you not have a big enough car?
It could be that
could
too.
be it.
But no, it's actually not that because I love eating in my car. Like Nick just said,
You do
I
it all
can't
the time.
physically
Anti.
take my food back
Mm-mm.
home
Mm-mm.
because it just doesn't work like that for me in my brain. I have to eat it if it's given to me.
Anti-car
I-
eating.
I
Anti-
love eating in
I
my
eat at
car.
home. I get home and throw it in the air fryer for a couple minutes.
Ah,
and
it's too much work.
See,
What is
I
that,
don't.
Pirate Connor?
I don't like eating in my car because I can be patient, but it's also
can't.
hard to eat some. There's not a whole lot of car safe foods to eat if you're the driver.
Like a meatball sub. That doesn't go
You
well.
can't do that, or
Mm-mm.
even some burritos.
I'm
like,
a pretty patient guy, except for this. I'm the least patient person. with
Duncan
this.
says, "Don't underestimate yourself, Connor. The average person is really dumb and interested in dumb stuff."
Yeah.
That is
Stib
true.
says, "I always figured they were pandering to the TikTok crowd. That it's on purpose to trick Nick's generation
Well, no,
and
be-
Austin."
Hey, don't
'cause-
throw me into Nick's generation.
Oh, that's right, Gen Z B.
I think a lot of the crowd that wears sunglasses and has their profile pictures in their trucks are boomers or Gen X.
Yeah,
Not
but
boomers,
but
Gen X.
but Ravi ain't those things,
No, but
and neither are young broadcasters.
I'm saying I think
That
it's
is true.
pandering to those people too.
I
No.
think maybe it's their safe space if they're young broadcasters.
See, but when I think about it, I think of the sports people that do it. Like, who's the guy who just re-signed with ESPN? The quarterback who ran out of the back of the end zone. It was
Orlovsky.
Dan Orlovsky. So Orlovsky he's
super weirdo. Though.
yes, he is.
Super
I've
weirdo.
scrolled on Twitter and I've seen him giving car takes, and I'm just like, no, I don't want.
Emmanuel Acho did a lot of car takes too.
Manuel
Do you- I
Acho.
mean,
By
I
the way,
guess
R.I.P. Emmanuel Acho.
that guy
Hope he's doing
sucks
okay.
so hard.
if we're going, I mean, really big picture on this, do you ever think to yourself, how many people does this work? You love podcasts, Josh. How many people give you this experience where you feel like something happens in the world and you need their take?
Oh yeah, that happens.
How many?
I don't know. There's probably like 3 podcasts where if like a big event happens, I'm like, sweet. I can't wait to hear
Yep.
what they say about
Yeah.
it.
I've
Would you
got
watch
a
it in
couple like
IMAX?
that.
Because I can't tell you that
I love IMAX.
Podcast
I don't
IMAX?
have that at all.
You don't have that with anybody?
I've
Not
never
even like a
thought, wow,
website?
an event happened. I have to see their
don't-
take.
Like not a
Hmm.
website or anything, just
No.
no source of
Except for
content
1620
like that?
The Zone.
Yeah,
course.
of course. With your push notifications.
Connor, didn't you just listen to?
God, no. Push notifications? Are you kidding me?
Except
Dear Lord.
Except for
1620
1620
The
The
Zone.
Zone. Yeah, 1620 The Push.
Tush?
No, notification.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
God.
But Connor,
don't have
didn't
anybody-
you just do a bit on your show yesterday about how you watched the Superman review from that one guy?
Francesa.
Yeah, so that's the guy that you want.
That
his
one
takes
appeared
from.
in front of me, and I very much enjoyed that it
So,
did. Yeah.
what if he did it in his car? Would you not have watched it?
I would have been less likely to watch it. Francesa is pretty up there, though, but it has to be a specific thing.
Take rankings?
Yeah.
Did you also see Kirk Herbstreit agreed with him?
Yes.
Kirk quote tweeted it and was like, I agree. That movie was horrible.
Well, did you see the responses then to that? Because it was like, I
No.
figured you'd like it. It has an annoying dog in it. That he takes
That's
everywhere.
beautiful. That's
It was
beautiful.
pretty funny.
Good for
That's
them.
awesome.
Pretty
It's a
funny.
great tweet
Yeah.
by that person.
Well, you have zero media people in your life that you're like, man, I can't wait to hear what they have to say about this loss or win.
You're not locked on takes?
Oh, interesting.
No, I don't.
Wow.
I don't think so.
You think you're the outlier, or am I the outlier?
I think
Being like-
you are.
You think so?
What do I
Like,
have?
Cowboys
I have-
get a big win. I'm like, I can't wait to hear from that podcast.
I guess I'm just not in the take market. You know,
Poll question: are you in the take?
I'm a
market?
seller, but not a buyer.
You are.
You're a
Interesting.
take lurker.
Whoa. Are you
I,
a dark? You're a dark market, black market take buyer.
It's not underground though. It's on AM radio.
It is.
You're
true.
dark web takes.
I'm selling in front of everybody.
and you do a podcast.
And I do a podcast. I mean,
Nice.
very, very available. My takes are available to buy, but I don't feel the need to buy any takes.
You don't buy any takes.
I don't need them.
So you would never pay for a podcast. You'd be like, that's stupid.
I oftentimes think about what I would do if I didn't, if I didn't have to think about takes or have to consume takes.
Yeah. What would you do?
I would never hear a take. I hate takes. I would never hear a take.
Hudson, we need a hot take graphic.
I hate takes.
I hate takes.
Wow. You are of takes.
Yeah, I know.
You hate what you are.
No, I don't. I don't though. I want to make that clear.
It's like a Freudian complex.
I don't know.
Do you want to have relations with takes?
Oh.
You
Did you see what Scotty Scheffler said yesterday?
I did. We actually have the video. We're going to play it later.
You're gonna play the whole 5 minutes?
No.
That'd be
Playing like
awesome
a minute
if
and
you
a half.
did.
We're
It's
getting
kind of like
We're
that.
getting his takes.
It's like his thing was, I really like golf, but it's not the biggest thing ever to me, and I could get satisfaction out of other
You like
things.
takes?
It's that like that with me and takes.
Well, I mean, this is
like I do takes.
So do you want to do?
I
something-
play takes
Do you want to do something
professionally.
that's like longer lasting? Like you want to do a big project?
You want a
I don't know.
long-lasting take?
I have to find.
You should consult your doctor if it lasts longer than 5 hours.
I don't know what my purpose is. I don't
Are
know.
you
What,
having an existential crisis?
do you guys know what your purposes are?
No,
Hot
It's just
takes,
to survive. I think.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's
and,
our.
and the way of survival right now is takes.
I think mine is to upset Husker aggregate accounts. That's my goal.
You're very good at that.
I try.
You're
Yeah, you did a
welcome.
really good job.
Stib says, Connor,
work.
that's a small part of why I quit, and I wasn't even a host, but I hated that everyone needed an opinion on everything. My take with most things is I don't care.
Connor-
Totally.
Connor, don't you host a weekly segment called I Have an Opinion?
Yeah, that's other people's
Yeah, no,
opinions.
but also Happer's very adamant that opinions and takes are different.
That they are.
They
though.
are.
Gotcha,
They
gotcha,
are.
gotcha.
An opinion is not a take.
Wait, are you like
Doesn't
the
have to be.
A take is an
Yeah.
opinion.
Are you like the stepmother from Tangled where like you acquire others' takes and it keeps you young? Is that how that works?
Are you young?
It's like the fountain of youth. You're just drinking others' takes instead of using your own.
No, because I feel old in the take world. I've been around takes for a long time.
Dude, you have, because you got in early.
Yeah, most people are only around takes for like, a couple years, and then they just leave the take world.
We're treating takes like they're cigarettes right now.
You ever, after a night at the bars with the boys, you ever
Yeah.
just need a long, hard take?
I
You
had-
can't quit takes cold turkey.
I had so many takes when I was like a teenager, and then as I got older,
John writes,
Take-
Connor Happer, I hate my job and myself.
I know. That's not true.
I might have a take once a year now.
Yeah,
It's
takes
not
don't
true.
hit like they used to. They're not made the same way.
Text from the 308, big world event happens. Nick, can't wait to hear what Tucker Carlson has to say. Nick, is this true?
No, I use Alex Jones.
Jeff says Hap needs a therapist. Maybe you need a therapist.
That's
I go to therapy.
I don't know, because then you're going to see the ink splotches and be like, stop giving me your takes, therapist.
I've never seen a single. What? Is this
It
broken
doesn't
for
yeah,
you too?
Yeah,
Did you just run away?
Has anybody contacted Proudhon?
He's sick right now.
I don't
really?
remember, but the
It's
problem
this.
was I couldn't tell if it was my port or the camera.
It's not as the camera because the same thing was happening with John.
Okay, perfect. What was your question?
Therapy. I don't know.
Therapy. Oh yeah, should I do therapy? Probably. That
Take
sounds like a
therapy?
good
I
idea.
go to therapy once a month. It's good.
Nice.
Yeah.
That probably is the right way to
What do you do?
handle your stress.
How does it work?
I don't know. You just kind of talk. I talk about whatever's on my mind. Sometimes it's work stuff. Sometimes it's running stuff.
But I
sometimes
Since you
I
are
don't
a-
have anything on my mind.
But since you are a public figure, do they listen to your show and then
No,
they
not a
ask
sport-
leading questions?
not a sports fan. This person's
gotcha.
not a sports fan at all.
Pod fan?
Don't know if they're fans of pods.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'll
I
ask
don't
you.
really think about anything.
You should ask your therapist, Connor, what's your take on my life?
I got to give them a lot of information to do that.
Yeah. They'd find
I don't know.
They'd get there.
I don't know. I'm okay though. I'm okay.
Yeah,
Glad.
you can definitely tell.
Wow.
Rob Sims agrees with your take on it being a great take.
Thank you,
about
Rob.
Hating takes.
Yeah. Thank you, Rob.
Oh, Jacob Bigelow in chat. If radio takes are cigarettes, does that mean podcast takes are vapes?
Oh wow.
Oh,
Nick immediately perked
And
up.
I do
Interesting.
both.
You do.
I'm
Wow.
going to die.
This is unhealthy. You're giving so many opinions.
Just
Yeah.
ripping takes
Rip?
and you're ripping takes and podcast takes at the same time.
I am.
Wow. Every day you just give takes. That's your job.
I mean, not all my segments are takes.
That's true.
Do you
Some
thi-
of my segments I just talk.
When you retire from the biz, will you say, "This is my last take," and then just like
You will
walk
never
off into
hear.
the sunset, hang up your mic?
Yeah, when you're done, like no one will ever hear from you again.
Mhm.
You will no longer have opinions.
Yeah.
That's probably true.
Wow.
Nice. You just log off.
That's probably true.
Because that's the other weird part about our job. Our job is just to be on the internet all the time.
Mhm.
That's the other part of our job.
Which I don't really mind that.
Yeah?
I do sometimes.
I like kind of scroll, but
I have been disconnecting a lot more lately. On the
it is
weekends.
nice to shut it
You
down
disconnect.
for.
I have like a
periods
normal
of
watch
time.
now that I wear on the weekends.
a watch.
A normal watch, not a
Oh.
smart watch.
Nice.
I'll just put on a normal watch.
I thought you wear
Sometimes
that
I
every
wear
day.
a watch on the weekends.
Oh, you've been wearing the
I'll wear it once a week.
You could just wear a wrist, not a watch.
I like having a watch.
just wear a wrist.
I could wear
like
a
John,
wrist.
like he's putting John's wrist on his wrist.
What do you think What do you think the percentage of people who wear watches to not wear watches is?
I don't know. I did see someone recently who didn't have one on, and I was like, that's an interesting thing.
Really?
I'd say
Yeah.
like I never had any watches on prior to a smartwatch, but like now I just have this because I love to see how many steps I get at the end of the day.
I
My
think
favorite
smart.
activity.
Shout out.
I think smartwatches actually gave more people the want to get a watch.
Yeah.
That's what you just said. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
What a take.
100%. Yeah. That's why I have a watch.
Are you tracking your steps? Or does it track your takes? Does it say, you haven't got
Oh.
enough takes yet
You have a
today?
Not
Take
enough
watch?
takes, Connor.
You know how it
Yeah.
gives you the reminder once an hour, time to stand up,
Yep.
time to give a take.
time for a take.
That would suck.
Make sure you get to your car for this one.
Do you think they make some kind of take quit program where you have like a take patch? Like
Mm.
you just start weaning off on your takes?
That'd be good.
Yeah.
I would need that. If I was ever to quit takes.
It's like
What
I had
would it
10 takes
replace the
yesterday. I
feeling
need to
with,
do 4.
Mm.
I mean, I guess you could have people have takes, but not everybody's takes are public.
But you don't
You
like
know?
what about
That's old
takes?
school.
Yeah,
Yeah, not
just
even-
takes.
Not even like work takes or anything like that. Like takes at home. Like you go home to your wife and you're like, I don't think this is very good.
Oh,
That's a take.
I have those.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
and I
you
like
go.
having
You
those.
say your wife her food's not very good?
No, I don't. I make the food.
Oh,
I
okay.
have
Oh,
I
okay.
have takes about
Your food?
life. Yeah,
Mm.
but they don't need to be broadcast all over the radio and podcasts.
Yeah, I hear some
You
of
know?
those takes sometimes.
Yeah, you got to keep
Yeah.
some takes at home. Yeah.
The happer that I get to know and meet and hang out with sometimes, very fun.
Oh,
When he gets
whoa.
you get takes
Life
on,
takes.
on his life.
That's my
Unlike-
podcast
yeah,
of life.
Unfiltered
takes?
life takes. Those are the takes.
That's a great podcast name.
Yeah, you
That,
could
there's
do
no
it.
way that's been taken.
You could do a
yet.
Patreon for your unfiltered life takes.
So I do have
Whoa.
takes on that, and I have no problem with exhausting those takes.
Mm.
Yes,
Could distort your voice and protect your identity, and then you could give all the takes.
that's true.
Mhm.
I could. I wouldn't offend anybody with my life takes.
No.
Unfiltered life takes.
No.
It's a great name.
Oh, you could give them in a truck after you pull over to the side of the road.
There you
Dude,
go.
it would be
Ooh.
funny if you left the station and you went to your car and gave.
I'd
When
have
you're
to
gonna
rent
go to
one.
an event, you could do a take about the event afterwards from your car.
Mm.
Why would anybody do that about a summer college basketball
Because
workout?
people
But
would watch it.
You
could
should
do it as a
also,
bit.
but then you should also recap it in your car after the workout.
It'd be so hot.
Well, turn the air conditioner
You
on.
can turn the car on.
Yeah, there's nothing that
It'd be
says
loud, and the video and the audio would be bad.
turn the
video would be
radio
loud.
off.
It'd be loud.
Yeah, what part of the
The
part
air
of your car is
conditioner.
loud?
Is it that loud?
No, it does.
I was gonna say.
Do you guys want me to do a car take after
Yes.
Creighton practice
Yes.
today?
As a
Yes.
joke.
That
Yeah.
would be funny. It's like when I did Patriot Nick.
That
Like, I
was
just-
a joke.
Just want you to go here. Listen, this is what I do for a job. Hey, this is Connor Happer. I'm ready to give my takes after the Creighton basketball workout today. Here's my top 3 moments from the workout. And then bang,
Wow.
just knock
At
them out
first, it
there.
sounded like he was teasing. It was going, I'm going to give you some takes, but first, let's go to practice. Follow along.
You could do that. You could be a full TikTok boy.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Go.
You could do one of those.
I'll get
'cause
you a ring light.
like a year ago, the runners that I followed were all doing the, hey, come on a 12-mile run with me. And they were doing the whole thing. You could do, hey, come do a radio show with me. But it's just you doing prep, and so you're just sitting in silence typing. That'd be pretty funny.
Hey, come watch me drive to Creighton basketball practice.
Oh, look, it's Dodge Street.
That
I pass that McDonald's every day.
and people would
People-
click.
People would click.
They would. Yeah.
That is absurd.
Isn't
Mhm.
that?
That
that's
is
the dumbest.
It's all about the click. The almighty click these days.
People unbox things and they're like, they watch it by the
Yeah,
millions.
People love
unboxings are a bit
unboxings.
concerning.
I don't understand.
It's
I
just-
don't get that one, and never have understood that
Yeah.
one. Watching other people take stuff out of boxes.
I think
I don't even like taking stuff out of boxes.
there's
Bold
people
question.
there's people who like the surprise of like a mystery bag, and I think that watching another person take something out of a mystery bag gives you the same kind of dopamine hit without you actually having to
Okay,
have bought
that's
the bag.
you're right. You're 100% right about that
Insane.
because the baseball card thing has taken off. All these ballpark, they were just doing it at Warner Park on Sunday. They made like a bunch of brown paper bags and they would put mystery baseballs or stuff in there. People showed up like crazy, and it must it must chemically just like hit people the right way. I don't get it. Opening up a pack of cards that makes you excited.
Very
Well,
strange.
What
Hap,
if you-
Hap, you're really teetering on the line of being like, I was born in the wrong generation.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be a part of AM radio. That's all I've ever
So
wanted
if-
to be.
Seriously.
If you got somebody hands you a pack of cards and you go through and you see that you got Bobby Witt and Vinny Pasquantino right next to each other,
Nice.
Yeah.
would you be stoked for that?
I don't know
How-
what that
would
would
your
mean.
reaction be?
I don't know what that would mean. What would I be able to do with that?
You could probably flip it, or
You
you,
know
could
what?
keep it for
So
yourself.
what confuses me is
I guess I
back-
prefer to have those two over probably anybody else.
Mm.
But what does it get me?
So back when I was a kid, you know, you'd have a party, and I know you got to go, Happer, so this is gonna be the last thing. You'd play video games, right, with your friends, and didn't you hate being the guy who wasn't playing the video games? And
Yes.
now all people do is watch others play video games.
That is true.
I've never
Yeah.
understood it because
That is
I was
true.
always like, I wanted to play though.
So
I
I
want to watch someone play.
I can answer this one. I watch people play video games. It's the content of that, like, because they're not.
You like their takes.
I like their takes, but sometimes they'll play the game, but they'll implement a challenge with the game, right?
Mm.
And it's interesting to see these people who are really good at this game also make it harder by implementing a challenge on.
But you
themselves.
don't sit there and think I want to play.
I do sometimes.
Well, there's
and then I
also
do play.
like professional gamers, right?
Yeah.
Nick? I mean, so there's like different levels. It'd be like watching, like, no one's watching like the local pickup game at the YMCA, but they are going to watch Summer League basketball. So I mean, that kind of makes sense,
Or,
I suppose.
like there's this game called Trackmania. It's like a time trial racing kind of game, right?
Mhm.
And there's this streamer, his name is Virtual. He just completed one of the hardest maps ever made in that game. It took him like 90 hours. People watch that because that's
I did see a clip of a guy playing American Truck Driver Simulator
Mm.
yesterday, and I was sort of interested.
it's kind of satisfying, right?
Yeah.
He was going around a roundabout in Lincoln,
I think it's at its best.
which is very accurate.
It's at its best when it's fascinating to watch
That's
somebody
great.
play a game that you like. They play in a way that you wouldn't play too.
Okay. All right.
I think that's part of the appeal.
All right, Happer. Well, we'll let you go because you got stuff to do.
Yeah, I got
And
TikToks
maybe-
to make, I guess.
I was going to
Yes, you
say,
do.
maybe we'll see a car video. I really hope we get to because that would be so fun.
I'd have to come up with a take first.
Yeah.
Mm.
Which I hate
So
doing
this is-
after hours.
This is practice.
Yeah, it's like a workout. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, have fun.
All right.
Tell Greg McDermott hello.
Oh, I'll definitely do that.
Awesome. All right. That's Connor Happer of the Connor Happer Show. That was
Bye,
the
Hap.
crossover
Bye.
powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. It's the Gen Z show featuring Josh.
Woo!
Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and
Austin,
Nick.
Austin.
They'll show you what sports talk really is.
John emails in, here's the take for Connor to use in his car. Covering a college basketball workout on July 16th is horrifying.
Ooh, especially when it's hot outside.
Especially, well, I mean, they'll be inside, though.
No, that is true. But
It'll
the
be hot
parked car,
inside.
you can't do it inside of your car then.
Oh, yeah.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome in, everybody, on this Wednesday. Alongside
On a Wednesday.
Austin Jacobson.
Is that a Tuesday reference you're trying to do?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but on a
but
Wednesday.
on a Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah.
The club is going up today.
I'm Josh Peterson. And
Hi, Josh.
Nick Grimm
Hello.
here as well.
Nick
Hi,
always
Austin.
gets so excited when I'm here.
Yeah, because he gets to talk to somebody that's his age.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can.
that's right.
I can relate to somebody who's not a weirdo who only listens to podcasts.
Whoa!
Nick.
That's so mean and targeted.
Yeah, also,
Who
Nick,
could you have been talking about?
Nick, this is your world now. That you're insulting our listeners when you say that.
Mm.
You're
Our
insulting
listeners
our-
also listen to music. I'm specifically talking to you.
You don't know that.
Wait, Nick, are you not a big pod guy?
I am a big pod guy, but I also listen to music. I'm not like Josh, where I listen to 50,000 podcasts
The
all
big
the time.
I don't
Beautiful
listen to 50. Yes, thank you. First of all, I don't listen to 50,000, Nick. Probably just 50.
Yeah.
I don't know how many I listen to these days. I could
Mm.
count it up. I only have a few episodes right now in the holster.
Do you want that as like a lifetime stat? Is how many pods have you listened to in
Yes,
your life?
we were talking about that with Letterboxd earlier. Oh yeah, I meant
Yeah.
to check how many times I've seen this week's Movie Club movie, which is
Palm Springs
Palm
on Hulu.
Springs. Lifetime stats. That has been a dumb debates question before of
Mhm.
like, what are the things that you would like to know? Some people say how many glizzies they've had in their lives. For example, look at me relating with the youth.
The Big Gliz.
I don't know what the ultimate thing that I would want to know about my life.
Do you use Last FM at all?
Last
no.
FM.
14 times, by the way.
Oh,
Nice.
for you?
14
That you
times.
you were beating me. That's
Look at that.
insane. That's actually incredible.
It's my wife and I's favorite together movie.
Look at
we
that.
love that movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm very excited
So-
to talk Palm Springs.
Mhm.
Last FM is an app you can get both on your computer and your phone. It tracks whatever you listen to.
Yeah.
And it kind of breaks it down by hours and everything. So I've been using that for the last 2 years or
Mm.
so I can actually see how many podcasts I listen to versus how much music I listen to versus
Yeah.
sometimes videos.
Yeah, I wonder if podcasts have now surpassed music for me because I didn't start listening to podcasts until Unsportsmanlike Conduct with
I
Kevin
feel-
Kugler and Michael Severe in 2007.
I feel like it probably is just because the length of a podcast is naturally longer than the length of a song, correct?
That's true.
So,
Yeah, well,
I
yes,
mean, like,
that's true.
In minutes listened.
Yes.
Who's
Some
listening
songs.
to
But
an
in
hour-long song?
but in raw minutes listened, do you think podcasts for me have now surpassed music?
Mm.
Because like when I was a kid, I never
Well,
listened to podcasts.
But then it also involves all forms of music, right? So like the ice cream truck runs by, that's like a couple of seconds.
why you're
here and
counting
there.
that? So
Yeah.
you're counting like in a movie,
Elevator
like-
music, all that sort of stuff too.
Wow.
When you're on hold from the insurance company.
Oh god, that's the worst. When
Mhm.
you're on hold like that, do you keep the phone in your ear or you put it on speaker? and
Nope,
set
I
it
put
on?
speaker and I walk around. I just get my steps in another way.
Look at you and your steps. How many you had today?
I don't know, not as much as I'd like. I only had time for a walk with the dog this morning. So
Bummer.
we're just shy of 7,000 right now. So yeah,
Nice.
try our best. Yeah, I know you're gonna flex.
I'm not gonna say no. I'm not gonna say
20,000. 20.
I'm getting. I'm close. It's 20,000.
It's whatever. It's fine.
There's no bragging though.
No bragging.
Sky says I almost exclusively listen to the Grum on radio replay. I demand he retract his statement. Oh, that was you, Nick.
No,
about podcast listeners being weirdos.
I'm not saying podcast listeners are weirdo. I'm saying if you're only listening to podcasts and you never listen to any music at all, you're a weirdo.
I was listening to
Hot
music.
take.
this-
Hot take.
I was listening to music this weekend. I left Monolithic and I was like, I want to listen to a song in my
Mhm.
car on my drive home.
Do you know what's really funny is I'm the same way as you, that I will always have a podcast on in the car when driving.
Mhm.
And there are sometimes I'm like, I just need something different. And then I throw on music.
Yep. It was like a 5-minute drive
Yep.
home. listened to a song, and then got home and probably turned on a podcast.
There was a time in my life when I was judging the distance that I had to travel around town
yeah.
in terms of amount of songs that I had.
Wow.
Yeah. I'll do that on a run every once in a while. I'll be
Yeah.
like, oh, this is probably like I've got like 2 miles left, so I've got like this many songs.
Oh, wow. Look at you.
So-
A comment from Stibbs.
Hey, Stibbs.
Is that Nick crapping on someone for the things they like? Question mark, exclamation, question mark, exclamation, question mark, exclamation, 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 question, exclamation, question, exclamation, thinking emoji.
Yes, because Stibbs
Interesting.
Stibbs bullied me for the thing that I like because he
What's
crapped
that?
on me for the thing that I like. So then I bullied Stibbs for what he liked, and then I'm bullying you. It's a cycle of bullying. So really, it's Stibbs'
Stop
fault.
the cycle, Nick.
Stibbs is
you could
bullying
be the
you.
one to stop it.
Stibbs asked, what song, Josh? I must know. So when we were on our way home from the Royals game a couple weeks ago,
Thunder, Imagine Dragons.
no, my wife, she was like, I'm gonna find an album to listen to, and I was like, all right, cool. And so she pulled up Morning Glory by Oasis.
Oh,
And so now I've been on, and then I didn't realize it at the time, but they're touring again.
Wow.
And so I was listening. I think What's the Story, Morning Glory. That's my favorite hot take. That's my favorite song on the album.
I've been on a weird Linkin Park kick recently.
Whoa, Meteora
Lots,
or
yeah.
Hybrid Theory?
Just all of it. Just hitting the artist and press and play and seeing where we
Wow.
land. Yeah. Even the new stuff. 'Cause they
Even the new stuff.
Well, the new stuff.
The new stuff, dude. Their
Okay,
new album is really good.
Nah.
They
I'm
found
out. I'm out on the new stuff.
They did a really good job of
anti-woman, Josh.
They
have a woman now?
Yeah, their
Yeah.
new lead singer's a woman, and she kicks ass.
That's not why I don't dislike them. I just don't engage with them.
the new album.
I only celebrate them when they had Chester. Rip.
That was
Right?
inappropriate.
So you don't
rip.
celebrate
That was an
women.
appropriate rip. Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally, wait, an inappropriate?
Yeah,
No, that was an
Oh,
appropriate.
inappropriate.
Yes,
Okay,
and,
thank
sorry.
God.
I would say inappropriate.
He's actually
Whoa.
dead though, Nick.
Yeah, he is because
You don't wish Chester rests in peace?
Wow, you wish he
I
rested
do.
in the other pee? Piss.
Whoa.
Yikes. Nick, this is-
New Linkin Park
That's a
is
hot
good.
take.
Talking about being on weird music kicks,
Mhm.
I've been on a Bring Me the Horizon kick.
I don't know what
lately.
that means.
It's a emo band.
That doesn't register with me. I'm sorry, Nick.
Sorry, Nick.
I'm not here for you.
Thought you would have known.
Nope. Sorry. There's only so much of Gen Z we can share. There's
Yep.
another part of it that we don't.
Indeed. And that is it. What else we can share, though, is the Grum Down,
Grum Down.
which is brought to you by the Rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard. It's blue, as always.
now I'm triggered. That's the wrong spelling of Jacobson.
Oh, crap.
Oh.
I did it with an O.
Come on.
Austin, that's tough.
Hmm.
I know that your name is spelled with an EN. Damn
An
it.
immediate trigger.
Wow. That's literally the second word. Well, it's like the third word after Grum Down. Well, if you count friend of the program,
And 1620 of the zone.
it's like
so
the eighth
eight,
word.
yeah.
Austin, I apologize. It'll be fixed tomorrow when
Yes.
you're back.
Perfect.
But he's here to trigger you. So you're triggered by me, but you're going to trigger the audience because you're going to say
It's a
something
circle
like
of trigger.
Memorial Stadium should get bombed.
Wouldn't have
What?
said that,
Yeah.
but
He might say
But
that.
maybe.
Dude,
but maybe you never know.
Kyle turned the TikTok camera on. The poll question that shook a nation. We will dive into this
Incredible.
in our next segment. Evan Bland will join us. Nick, in the video stream.
Yes.
That is so exciting. I can't wait to talk to Evan at
Mm.
2:50. So Evan will join us. We'll preview Big Ten Media Days, and we can ask him about door number 1 or door number 2. Dylan Raiola,
Mhm.
one publication says that he's a top 50 quarterback in the country.
Oh,
How do you feel about that number?
I guess I think I would bump that number up a little bit.
All right, we'll talk about that. We love college football score bugs, don't we, folks? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Have
No,
you
I
seen
have
the-
not. This will be
Okay.
new.
So on the college football Reddit page, somebody uploaded 70 score bugs, and they were like, "What's your favorite?" And I was
Oh.
like, "Well, that's Josh coded."
Yeah.
And so I
like that a
saved
lot.
this topic specifically for you.
Can't wait. I'm very
Yeah.
excited about this.
I was like, we could like I saw it the other day, and I was like, I could do this with John, but I also knew it was going to take a lot of time.
well,
and it
John
wa-
probably likes score bugs when they just flashed him on the screen for like 30 seconds and then
Yeah.
took him off.
I missed the 70s.
It's first aid 10.
So I figured that with you, we could do this. So
Yep.
I don't have all 70 of them, but I think I have like 65.
I trust your opinion in whittling down the list to 65.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a couple. Well, because what I got rid of was the Jefferson Pilot. Do you even know what that is? Are you old
Jefferson
enough?
Pilot? Is that like a band or something?
No, you're thinking of Jefferson Airplane.
Oh, there.
Or Starship.
Or Starship.
Mm.
Or were they
Cobra
another
Starship?
thing too? Jefferson? Were they just Jefferson?
Jefferson Airplane.
I feel like because they had like 3 or 4 different names.
Mm.
I think it was only the 2. I don't
Oh,
think
was it
it was
the
like
2?
a John Mellencamp situation.
Well, we'll have an answer for that later on in the show.
Okay.
But yeah, so this person uploaded them all. Anyway, Jefferson Pilot. I'm trying to remember how
Yes.
we got here. That was a Southern SEC, ACC, like, it was basically like if you were to watch a Nebraska game on KXVO, but it was just some random, like Casey's did it.
Yeah.
I didn't upload those because we would have zero opinions on them.
Yeah.
So, but I tried to upload everything that I actually remember watching games on. So
Okay.
we'll go through
Yeah.
them and we will discuss.
I'm excited about that.
I cannot wait.
Yeah.
It's going to be so funny. Stibbs says, OMG, score bugs are out. This is something I actually do have an opinion on score bugs.
Yeah.
Sadly, Stibbs, we do not have the score bugs for this upcoming season, but we'll learn that.
That'd be cool.
In just a few days because the football season is almost here.
Yeah, when they do dramatically change a score bug on you, it takes a little bit to just go, I either
does.
A, got used to the last one and I'm fine with it,
Yeah.
or B, I really like the last one. Where did it go?
It's kind of like a year. You know how like in December, you're always like, all right, I feel comfortable writing 2025. And then it's like, it's 2026 now.
Yeah.
I have to get used to this again.
Every time I watch an NFL game on CBS, I want that like old school score bug up there. That's one of my favorites.
Well,
It's
I don't
one
know
of my
which one you're
favorites.
talking about. I can't wait to find out because the NFL and college football on CBS, it's always the same. Whatever
Okay.
is on
Yes.
one is on the other.
Yes.
So there's one from CBS that I very much like as well. So we'll
Okay.
do that in an hour and a half or so. It is a Dumb Debates Wednesday,
Mhm.
which is exciting for Austin because it means he doesn't have to give hot takes.
I was very nervous about that.
Yeah.
I saved it for the worst. I even had to text you and be like, is this what it's like to be at a day in Josh Peterson?
Yeah.
And then it turned out you were only a day away from it.
Wow, that's true. Because when did you have your take? Monday or was
Monday.
that
Yeah, it was
Tuesday?
Monday.
Yeah, and then yesterday I did a poll question.
Yeah.
This
So who
is-
knows? Maybe it'll be Nick's day today.
Ooh.
Oh man, I can't wait to see what take Nick says that everybody yells at him for.
It's just speaking.
That is-
I don't even have to have a take. People just
Yeah,
yell at me.
Well, that's true. List season continues, which we love, and perhaps a serious topic?
College football?
No.
Whoa.
No.
Mm.
Find out. Stay tuned for that.
Can't wait.
402-951-1620. That's the phone number. You can give us a call there on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You can also text us there as well, 402-951-1620. And each week, we'll be giving out a $100 gift card to Sky Bar and Grill at the Prairie Flower Casino. Enter to win now at 1620thezone.com. You can find us on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. It is at Austin, the number 2 Jacobson with an EN, which we all know and we always have known.
Always
have known there.
All of us.
Or email us in the Equitable Bank inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com, or Austin's Gmail. If you can
Yeah,
guess
that
it.
could work. Yeah.
If you can
If
guess
you can
Austin,
access it.
you can. It's interesting. If you go to Gmail and you type in an email at gmail.com and you guess correctly,
It'll give it to you.
yeah, because like their face sometimes will show up.
Yep.
Yeah.
I actually did that the other day. I was trying to email like a friend, like an old list or something.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm pretty sure like it's one of these 3 emails. And I just
Uh-huh.
kept typing. And then I found the right one because his face popped up. And I was like, I don't think I've like interacted with this email. So I don't know like how that registered, but
Did they respond?
they did. They
There you go.
Thanks for sending.
Wow. I tried to book a guest for my running podcast that way, a guy who, oddly enough, does a podcast,
Whoa.
but about television.
Mhm.
So because I searched his contact information and I found it was like one of those websites where it's like the first letter and then a bunch of stars.
Yeah.
And then the last letter at gmail.com. And I was like, that just looks like his name.
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, it was his name. And if you can squat on your name as a Gmail, shout out to you.
Pretty good,
Mine is
yeah.
my name, but there's some numbers and
Yeah.
a period.
Yeah.
in
You,
there.
you got to put like a couple of different like intricacies in there to get
Sad.
that. But,
Yeah.
I
Have
would
an opinion?
hate if I was like a guy like that guy you emailed.
Yeah.
If I had never given somebody my personal email and they just
Just
sent
found it.
me one
Yeah.
without me ever having given it to them,
You'd
I
be
think I would
triggered?
hate that.
Wow,
Mm.
I booked a guest that way one time.
Mm.
I've booked a guest that way multiple times actually, where they just found their email and I
Just
sent them an
cold
email.
calling, cold
Well, I
emailing.
found one guy's email. It was actually on his YouTube page.
Nice.
But
Okay.
it was like you had to click on something to see it. And I was like, well,
But
I'm going to try this.
That's different though because they are putting it out like in the public like that. But if you're just like typing in,
Well, I don't
like-
think they did put it on the public. I just think it was associated with their YouTube channel. I don't think they like.
But you can choose to hide
Oh,
that.
yeah,
out.
that's right. Yeah.
I'd be surprised
If
this
they
guy
put it
knows.
on their YouTube, they were willing.
So if somebody emailed you your Gmail, you'd be triggered, even though you text people that they don't have your phone number.
Nick
asking
doesn't
them to
like
come
giving
on our
away his
show
personal
every
information.
day. I'd say texting someone is way more personal than emailing. Ooh,
I
that's
would
a
be,
dumb
I would be more,
debate.
I'd be more weirded out if someone just
Text you?
texted me randomly and didn't explain how they got my number.
Yeah, the thing is,
That'd be a little different.
Then that has happened to me before, where like I'll text somebody like, "How did you get my number?" And I explain to them how I got their number because it can be
It's on
publicly
a
available.
It's on a
Exactly, yeah.
website, sir.
But
Or
my
madam.
personal email, I don't
Right now.
post anywhere. I give my personal email to like for very specific reasons.
Mhm.
So if somebody is just like, I wonder if this is Nick, and then they find Nick.
Okay, well, let's see if we can guess Nick's email by the end of the show.
Yeah, I'm
402.
trying to see if I can figure that out.
Yeah, this is awesome. We'll
I
do
have
this
a
during the
few.
commercial
Have fun.
breaks. Oh, wow. Interesting. He has a few. All right. Get your dumb debates questions in with the hashtag dumb debate. We'll get to those a little bit later on when we return. The poll question that took over the internet and is still taking over the internet a day later, as we are just dueling banjos of takes and opinions and mentions from people who are calling us idiots.
Yeah, well, it happens.
Though nicely on this one, people are mostly calling voters idiots. And
Yes,
so I'm just kind of
yeah.
there.
Yeah,
Wow, you're calling the voters idiots?
I didn't call them the idiots.
Yeah.
Wow, you sound like somebody
You
else.
were
I
just
know.
the vessel for people to share
Correct.
their idiots.
Yeah, I'm just the place where you go vote.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the church or the
Now, are you going to
school.
release the voting list and you're going to show who voted for what?
Oh God,
that would be terrible.
Time to.
Could you
I
imagine?
have the list on my table. I will look at the list and then we will release it.
There was actually never a list.
Never mind. There is no list to release.
There's never been a list.
All right, we will.
It was a conspiracy by the Kevin and Michael show.
Damn it! All right, we'll come back and keep this thing going. Josh Peterson and Austin Jacobson with an EN.
Sen.
And Nick Grimm on 1620 The Zone.
Life's a journey, and it should be wild and free. Leave the city behind and embrace the open road with every twist and turn of the Loess Hills. Feel the thrill of adventure at Loess Hills Harley-Davidson. The ride is the destination. Let the wind whip through your hair as you carve your own path on a brand new Harley. Why settle for city congestion when you can ride the road less traveled? Discover freedom.
Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson, and Nick Grimm with you on this Wednesday afternoon. We appreciate you joining us. What's
what?
up?
I don't know. Wednesday, it just feels like a very slow Wednesday today. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you've been given so many takes.
That is true.
You know, I'm guessing that's part of it for you.
That is true. Maybe. Well, Monday was a long day. It did feel like that. So
more like Monday.
Nice. Now you're getting it. You can be part of the Gen Z show now.
I do think, I don't know why, of all the things that you guys have done, that's the one that has taken hold most in my brain, is you guys saying brazy. And then I started saying it and it triggered John.
And you have added rip into your vocabulary.
I have. Yeah. See, I think
that's pretty wild.
I think I've worked myself into a shoot, as they say. Like, you just start doing it as a bit, and then eventually, like, my friends and I, at one point, we started calling, this was in college, we started calling each other bro because all the people who did it are annoying. And then we just started calling each other bro.
I have the same problem.
It was like, yikes.
When lit came out, and I was like, oh, that's so lit. Oh, lit. Whatever. And now it's just a part of the vocab. I can't do anything about it.
I broke this one, but YOLO got me for the longest time.
Oh, I love YOLO.
That was always an ironic thing.
YOLO was a classic ironic that everyone was making fun of it for, and then it became part of everyone's vocab.
And then it like very much had an association with sports, you know, where it was the Taylor Martinez YOLO bombs, you know, where it's, you know, and then I think other quarterbacks started describing some of their passes that way. Yeah, again, when the bit becomes something more than that, you know, that's what happens on the internet.
That's when you reach, what is it, like, what am I looking for? What's the word I'm looking for here, Nick? It's like heaven or whatever.
Purgatory.
Nirvana.
Nirvana. Thank you. You reach Nirvana.
The band. I thought you meant
That
Pearl
too.
Jam. So yesterday, put out a poll question.
Yeah.
There are only 5 minutes left to vote, so get in your final votes now. If you're in line, stay in line.
I'm actually curious. Which did I vote for? I know.
Oh, interesting.
In my heart of hearts, I know what I voted for, but I actually want to make sure I voted for that one and didn't just go for the bit, because at the time the poll was trending in a different direction.
By the way, more than 3,000 votes.
Insane.
Yes. Again,
we call that great content in the business.
Yeah, I wish I could make money off of this, but instead it's just going to be there, and you know, I mean, I guess we're using it for work, so that helps at least. Over 3,000 votes, 51.4% on one side, 48.6% on the other side. If you missed it yesterday, Nick put up the video where it just kind of formed out of nowhere, and then you see our larger discussion of it.
I want to add this too. I was trying to help. I was doing the Starship Troopers video where it's like, I'm doing my part. I sent this to like 100 people and it was just like, vote for this, because I wanted to know what they thought. I sent it to Dr. Girlfriend and she voted in a different category than I assumed she would vote.
Wow.
Yes.
All right. So the question was this: door number 1, Nebraska starts the 2025 season 11-0, loses to Iowa, plays Iowa in Indianapolis in a rematch, loses again, then hosts a playoff game versus Texas and loses again. They start 11-0, they finish 11-3. Door number 2, take your chances and everything is on the table. This is like the most split poll question we have ever done with this many votes. It is incredible.
It is.
I voted for door number 1.
Yeah,
obviously.
we know, Nick.
But so
Iowa fan votes for the Iowa team to win.
Also 4 minutes remaining.
Crazy. We had a
Brazy.
We had a big promo meeting today, right? And
big.
This was brought up in the
big,
promo
beautiful
meeting.
promo meeting.
This was brought up in the promo
Wait,
meeting.
the poll question was?
Yes, it was.
How do we get more of this content out? Huh?
Well,
was it from that perspective?
No, I'm the one who brought it up. And then
okay.
they're like, oh, what was it about? And then I gave the answers and everybody said door 2. Like everybody in that, everyone's like,
That's
door number
insane.
2.
Wait,
obviously.
coworkers, bosses,
Yes.
colleagues?
Yes. They all said door number 2.
But why?
I don't know.
Wow. John turned into a door number 2 man by the end of the show.
Whoa, did he really?
Yeah, he tweeted last night about like, look, all the people in door number 1 are just doing it, you know, not realizing how much pain they're actually going to go through.
Okay, so that is a great part of this, because in the moment that we sit right here on this, July 15th, right? This day that we're in 16th, July 16th that we're in right now, 11-3 sounds incredible.
It
we
does
take
sound
it
like the bee's
but
knees.
If you're at December 31st and Nebraska finished their season in 3 straight losses, you feel a lot worse and you forget the 11 wins that got you there, right?
Wow.
Right?
That is the argument.
That's the argument.
Yeah.
And so it's more of like would you rather look, and here's the other part of it too, is that a year after that December 31st, when you looked back at that, you know, what would have been the 2025 season, I think people would go 11-3. That was a good year for Nebraska.
It was a great year for Nebraska.
But then in the moment after the third loss that you lose to Texas in this scenario, you would go, why couldn't we have done something else?
So Dave Fight, friend of the Grum. Whoops, I just realized I might be turning off my camera. Nope, it's okay for now. I can't touch anything over here. He says, I've been through door number 1 before. He wrote this on Husker Max. I've been through door number 1 before, and it was a blast. If you were around for the 2001 season, you know that door number 1 isn't so bad. The 2001 Huskers, led by Heisman winner Eric Crouch, started out 11-0. They'd wins over TCU and number 17 Notre Dame. In winning the Big 12 North, the Huskers dominated the field. They actually lost Big 12 North. Their closest win was 10 points over number 2 Oklahoma in one of the greatest games in Memorial Stadium's history. That was so good. Door number 1 does come with some bad, which can't possibly be worse than 2001. So here's my question, and we got to go to break because Evan Bland's going to join us in a couple minutes. Would this be worse than 01? Or would this be like on par, or would it be less? Because I think you can make an argument for both sides. I think I would probably say this is slightly less worse, mainly because that team was expected to win a natty, and then they didn't. Whereas this one, if they suddenly won 11 games in a row to start the year, people would be throwing a parade around here, regardless of what happened at the very end of the season.
And also I think the comparison, and this is a complete different type of topic, but like the comparison of rivalry losses to Iowa or Colorado. I think at the time, back-to-back losses to Colorado in this scenario, back-to-back losses to Iowa. I don't think the Iowa ones hit the same. I think for Nebraska fans, Iowa is the team that they're most annoyed with currently because they kind of have to be. It is like the Big Ten rivalry, but Colorado is pure. Like there's a different level of hatred that comes with Colorado.
I mean, like I understand that because like the 90s Colorado stuff and the 80s Colorado stuff, like it had been building up. But dude, like almost every response from a door number 2 voter yesterday was about Iowa. Almost everyone like, I don't want to lose to Iowa. I don't want to. People barely brought up Texas.
Yeah.
It wasn't even. D'Lo commented a couple minutes ago, you should have made it where Nebraska wins in the first round over Texas, but then loses to Iowa in the semis, or the quarterfinals. But like, I would probably agree with you there. Like the Colorado hatred was really boiled over at that point in time. But I think what I learned yesterday was that anyone who says that Iowa,
you know what?
I hate them more.
In that scenario, this is worse. And the reason why is because of the different time that we live in now. Because
you have to deal with them all the time.
Yes, exactly. And it's not just like, okay, well, we'll see you next year, whatever. Like we'll deal with it when you come here, when we go over to Kinnick or whatever. You'd have to 365 days a year, have to read it, watch it, and be, prolonged to it.
Yeah.
For the entirety of a year.
Yeah, and D'Lo adds, it also depends on your outlook on this upcoming season. For those who expect another loss to Iowa anyway, option 2 is the easy choice. Yeah, like there's of course no guarantees with door number 2, which is why we did the question. But like they're probably going to lose to Iowa because they always lose to Iowa, right? Like so. You would have to deal with Iowa fans again, and that would be like some ultra ownage. It's like the Red Sox coming back from 0-3 to the Yankees, like. They get to hold that over New York's heads forever. No matter what happens, they will always say, yeah, but we were down 0-3 and we came back and beat you. And Iowa would say the same thing.
And I understand, like, what's so funny about the commentary about some of it is that some people are just like, oh, yeah, door number 1 is an easy choice because of the absolute heredity that could be door number 2.
Yeah.
But then the comments across it, door number 2 is basically an option of being like, well, what if we win the national championship?
Correct.
And it's like, do you really think that the 1% chance of that happening is actually behind door number 2, or do you think it's like a pit into lava?
And then
I would probably the second.
I would say this too. There are some people that are like, I'd rather go 7-5 than that, which is like, whoa, really? You'd rather go 7-5 than like a playoff home game, even though it ends in spectacularly horrifying groin kicky fashion? Like you'd rather have 7-5? Like they're always like that, you know?
I know.
All right,
there are a lot of ways to spin it. I love it.
There certainly are. Again, though, biggest takeaway I think for me, people hate Iowa maybe even more than I realized. All right, when we return, Evan Bland of the Omaha World Herald, he will stop by. Also coming up next hour, score bugs in the history of them since 2000. So we're not going to go back to 1980. We're just going to go since 2000 and. The nostalgia for so many of these from me is very, very high.
Yes.
Very high.
And we have to ask Evan about the poll because it is now officially final.
It is close. So we can do that with Evan when we return. Austin Jacobson in today for John Bishop. He'll be here the rest of the week.
Yeah.
So many takes from Austin. 7 hours of takes a day from Austin.
I'm like an Applebee's fajita, just sizzling.
Dude, that's over a quarter of the day that you are giving opinions into microphones.
I know.
Wow. What a time to be alive.
Trying my best, yeah.
Evan Bland of the Omaha World Herald next on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone and 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson and Austin Jacobson with you. We will have Evan Bland on the Grum in just a moment. The poll is now done. Pretty much the exact same, 51.3%. So a last bit of push.
I haven't seen a poll
door
like
number
this
2
move though as significantly as it did because it changed a lot over the course of 24 hours.
Me neither. That is like John and I have noticed that once something happens, like 100 votes in, it's kind of what happened.
Yep.
It's like, that's done now. It's going to be in this way. And this did, because originally it was like after like 10 votes, it was 60-40. But it was often door number 2 for a while. I think what happened is a lot of Iowa fans, just judging by mentions, a lot of Iowa fans
jumped in.
And so they were like, I mean, some
Do you
were
think
saying
they flooded door 2?
I have prayed to God for Nebraska to have door number 1. Iowa fans want that season so bad. And now, I mean, we're going to have to keep an eye on it. If Nebraska and Iowa get off to good starts, the Titanic scenario is suddenly going to be in play.
I need to see Iowa football.
They have Iowa State in week 2.
Right.
Now, that has nothing to do with the conference schedule.
It's also in Ames.
Yes.
If I believe.
It is. It is in Ames. So they have that game in week 2. They have, I think, another kind of solid game in like week 4 or 5. Maybe it's Indiana.
Rutgers is week 4, 5, home against Indiana,
So that's
then
the one.
at Wisconsin, Penn State at home, Minnesota at home. Oh, we could be talking about a very interesting scenario.
Yeah. Well, they
You
got
get
Ohio
Oregon at home. I mean, like if you're
boy.
asking, like Iowa's so good at
Mhm.
taking advantage of those home opportunities too. There's something about them when they play at Kinnick and they have a top team coming in. You can always see an upset for a chance there with Iowa.
Stibbs says the correct door 1, which I just love that phrasing. Also, Joel emails in and says, I found Austin's email address and I can't wait for Scorebug Talk. The 2006-08 CBS version was the best. Is that your email? Did you just get an email from a Joel?
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
You go do that. As you do that, we'll welcome in good friend of the Grum, Evan Bland of the Omaha
Holy
World
cow,
Herald.
yeah, that is. That's hilarious.
Oh, that's good stuff. Hi, Evan. How are you?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Hey.
Are you a door? I don't know if you saw the poll question. Are you a door number 1 or door number 2 guy? What would be? It's not what would be maximum pain. Door number 1 is maximum pain. So are you a door 1 or door 2 guy?
Door 1 was the 11-0 start, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, I think, yes, I'm taking 11-0 and being in the CFP mix and all that. Yes. I mean, because if you take door number 2, you're saying you think Nebraska can exceed that, can do better than 11-0, can maybe finish the season strong and win a bowl game against somebody that doesn't matter as much as Iowa. Like I think if you're talking about like the main goal of Nebraska football is to be nationally relevant, to take that step that they haven't taken in, man, well over a decade at this point. Yeah, I'm taking door number 1. You can build off of door number 1, by the way. If door number 1 is your 2025 season, that absolutely extends into 26. That has recruiting effects. That has momentum. It has NIL implications. Yeah, I'm taking door number 1 every time.
Wow, I like the big picture thought of it too. So if we are taking the 11-0 start, that's assuming Nebraska beats some pretty good teams that are on their schedule.
Penn State, Michigan, among others.
So
Minnesota.
Does that mean something went beautifully right for Nebraska in this 11-0 start? Or do you think that it's more something horribly goes wrong with some of those good teams that are on that schedule?
Yeah, I mean, probably the latter. I mean, if you're beating Michigan at home, if you're beating Penn State and damaging their CFP seating options and all that, yeah, I mean, I think if you lose to Iowa twice after that, maybe there are some injuries involved. Maybe there's some, Iowa voodoo that really comes into play the way that it has so often in this series in the past. But it's such an interesting thought exercise because if you beat Michigan, if you go to Minnesota and win, if you beat USC, that changes the perspective or the perception of what the program is. Certainly nationally, locally, people are going to be on fire about what Nebraska can be. And in that scenario, I mean, Iowa's must be pretty darn good too. It's not like you're losing to a 6-6 team, Iowa, that's trying to, improve its pinstripe bowl odds. Like that'd be a team that has some pretty significant stakes at play for them as well. So yeah, I mean, that would be unbelievable. I feel like that's, all pretty much best case scenario for Nebraska this season if they could pull off wins like that.
It'd be great for all of us in the content game as well. Evan Bland, Omaha World Herald, joining us, HuskerExtra.com. You can read his work there also. Evan, we'll talk Big Ten Media Days. I wanted to ask you, though, about something you wrote about earlier this week, and that is Archie Wilson. Gave some quotes on the network show. Of course, he's Nebraska's new punter from Australia. I cannot believe I'm going to get in the weeds with one of these questions, but what did you make of like his answers, but in particular, what he said about artificial hang time? Like, I don't know if I've ever heard a punter put it into those words. Now, I also don't read quotes from punters very often, but I thought that was very, very interesting, and it already made me think that Nebraska's special teams are going to be in much better hands than they have been over the last couple of years.
Yeah, that was the main thing I took away from that interview as well, Josh. And it was like the first thing that I wondered with a guy like that coming in, a high school kid from Australia, is like, how much does he understand about American football? How much does he understand really what he's doing, right? Like oftentimes these guys come in and it's, well, they have big legs and they can kick the ball a long way. He was able to articulate very clearly what Nebraska wants him to do, the benefits of that approach. And I mean, he laid it out. In the NFL, you can have two gunners that can go downfield. And so you need to have that hang time to allow for the defenders to get down and stop. We said in college, anybody can go. So if I can just roll out and hang on to the ball for a couple extra beats, then that allows a whole crew of guys to get downfield. And that really takes away the strain of needing to have that extra hang time. If you can just hold on to the ball a couple more seconds, that makes all the difference. So that definitely got my attention as something where like Nebraska has a very specific plan to what they want to do on special teams. Mike Eckler obviously was adamant about moving to the rugby style approach, so much so that the other transfer they brought in, Jack McAllister, transferred again and ended up at Purdue. And then, you hear things about Wilson as a guy who can roll out and kick with either foot as well. So definitely a different vibe. This is not Brian Buschini, 23 years old and married and talking about NFL punting details. This is a high school, just fresh out of high school kid moving 15 time zones away, trying to figure out cultural things. But it does seem like the one thing that he's got figured out in terms of what he needs to do is how he can punt and help this Nebraska team.
So, Evan, do you see it now that Mike Eckler has essentially full reins and control of special teams? And obviously, he is the coordinator. I understand that. But Matt Rule had brought in a punter already, and then he has left the program, noticeably, after the spring game and all of the spring practices that they had, because Eckler had said, we want to do it a certain way this way. So do you think that translates across to all the rest of the special teams, that it's really Eckler's word and everyone just kind of follows suit? Or do you think that Rule still has a little bit of say in that room?
Yeah, I think Rule has oversight, certainly. But, Rule said it in April. He said, hey, Eckler really believes in the rugby style operation. So he's like, we're going to be a rugby style operation. That's just, and the numbers back it up. You look at what Eckler did at Tennessee in the SEC. They stymied opponents from returning punts. They were able to be dynamic in that regard on their own. And obviously that's not been the case at Nebraska really since Morney Pearsonell was returning kicks, maybe JD Spielman. Like, it goes back a number of years. And so, they brought in the expert, and Matt Rule. I always thought it was funny when he described his process in hiring Eckler. His first instinct was not to hire him because he's a former Nebraska guy and he just kind of wanted to be a contrarian a little bit to what maybe the popular opinion was out there. But so strong was Eckler's resume and so strong was that track record at Tennessee that he pulled the trigger anyway. And I think you can tell in the culture, even in that Archie Wilson interview, he says, we don't say hopefully. He caught himself saying hopefully and went back on that. This is a kid who's been on campus for 2 months, less than that. And he's already able to identify something that a standard has been set. And now he's following suit, so to speak. So yeah, I think Eckler's impact is immense. He's a guy with limitless energy. Seemingly, we saw him, bench pressing on a whim, however many sets he did at the spring event in April. So this is a guy who's passionate about special teams, and I think it's already starting to show.
Evan Bland, Omaha World Herald, HuskerExtra.com, joining us right now on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Evan, you and Sam, I thought, had a really interesting discussion on the podcast this week, the Pick Six Pod, talking about Big Ten Media Days and Dylan Raiola and how this is really going to be kind of that first opportunity for people around the country to get a chance to talk to him. Also, it's going to be like the longest interview, right? So there's obviously a comfort level that Matt Rule is going to have in bringing him, and I'm not surprised that they're bringing him. He's the quarterback of the team after all. What is the tenor of the conversation, do you think, given that it won't just be you and the fellow local writers, but some national people or people around the country? What is interesting, do you think, to them about Dylan Raiola?
Yeah, I think it's stuff that, we locally have probably processed and talked about for a while. I think certainly the Patrick Mahomes connection, he looks like him in certain ways. He stylizes himself like him. He trains with him. That's something he'll definitely be asked. I think growing up in an NFL background where his dad was a center in the NFL for so many years, how that impacted him. He'll probably be asked to revisit his flip from Georgia to Nebraska. I mean, if you're a national writer or you follow college football at a surface level, I mean, you're going to be curious about that, right? I mean, Ohio State just won the national championship. He was committed there. Georgia's a perennial contender. He was committed there, and he chose to go to Nebraska, which finally ended a bowl drought last year. So, like, why would you do that? What do you see in this program that maybe the casual fan doesn't see? I think he'll be asked to lay a lot of that out there, maybe for people who are curious about what Nebraska can be. And I think too, he can probably get in the weeds a little bit more about the Dana Holgorsen effect and how that might change his outlook. Certainly he'll be asked by people locally, if not nationally, about his body reshaping and how that is continuing to go. I still think that's sort of the next thing for him to unlock, is that ability to pull down the ball and run for a few yards when he needs to, just like a guy like Patrick Mahomes does every single week in a few clutch moments in third down situations. So I think he'll be, given kind of the gamut of topics to discuss. And I do think him talking extensively also allows you to maybe ask some things that you wouldn't in a 10-minute session before a game or after a game. You can get a little bit more casual with things. You'll probably learn some things about him that we don't know at this point. Certainly what his summer was like, where he went to train. Did he have any more Patrick Mahomes encounters or other things that would sort of establish him as one of the faces of the sport, or one of the emerging faces of the sport? So I think it'll be really interesting to hear him kind of go extensively. He's got pocket poise. Now he's going to get his chance to show if he's got podium poise too.
Yeah, Evan, what you said there kind of brings up a question for me then, that it's to a casual fan or to anyone that would just be like, oh, who would Nebraska send to Big Ten Media Days? You would think the quarterback, Dylan Raiola, is probably going to be one that you send out there. But in a relatively quiet offseason for Nebraska football in terms of this year's team, of course, they've had different things that surrounded the program and different things that happened that are out of their control that got picked up for topics. But in terms of like the team themselves and the players and the coaches speaking out, it felt like a lot quieter than in years past. If you put Dylan Raiola in that opportunity, there's the chances that national conversation picks up again, right? So is this more of a chance that Dylan has, like you mentioned there at the end, that he can grow that national star? Is it almost a chance for Dylan to say, hey, we're going to push you into the limelight and see if we can get you a bigger spotlight now moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a kind of a symbiotic relationship there. I mean, Nebraska's profile is going to raise the more that Dylan Raiola does and the more that he's out there. And I think Raiola, the more he performs for a Big Ten team on a big stage, like the more that you can see a pretty bright football future for him as well. And, these events are always really interesting to me, especially in an offseason like you just described, Austin, where there were no, documentaries. Matt Rule kind of made some national podcast rounds, but you really didn't hear much from a lot of players or coaches in the offseason. It was quieter, kind of a business sort of thing. And so like a week like Vegas coming up does set the tone for the season. And we've seen Matt Rule kind of talk about, hey, we're going to be good. And he's very kind of understated about it, but confident, I think, in what they want to be. Does that tone carry over into Vegas when he's going to be asked and had follow-up questions about Nebraska and about all kinds of different things? Is that the tone that comes out? Like, you think over the years, just, Scott Frost in 2018, you better get us now, or Bill Moose in 2019, we got to get to 6.
Yeah.
Like there are different things that sort of pop up organically that maybe you don't expect, that really do set a tone for what you expect the season to be. So I'll be curious Matt Rule's very intentional with his messaging. How does that come out over the course of speaking for, multiple hours next week? Is it going to be what we've heard, or is there going to be maybe a little bit more confidence, a little bit more excitement for the ceiling of what Nebraska can be?
Evan Bland, Omaha World Herald, omaha.com, also huskerextra.com. And Evan, I'll be honest, did not know you were a blackjack guy. Listening to you and Sam talk about it, you know what's going on. So I wish you very, very great luck when you're hanging out in Vegas for a couple of days.
Thanks. Yeah, hopefully, Mandalay Bay will have something there going here for an hour or two.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining us. Safe travels, Evan.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that is Evan Bland of the Omaha World Herald joining us here on 1620 The Zone.
That was good stuff. I do wonder, though, and just that last little part that he had about Dylan and everything.
Yep.
Do you think that there might have been the conversation of maybe we need to protect Dylan and the brand a little bit, the team? Because what Evan had said, it didn't even cross my mind that these national columnists may be bringing up, you were committed to Ohio State, you were committed to Georgia, the national conversation of his weight fluctuation, that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Those aren't great looks for Nebraska football, right? But they're conversations that can happen when you unpeel that onion outside of the state, because we've already covered that topic, right?
Correct. We're done with it.
We're not going to go back and reopen that wound at all, but somebody else might.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'd be curious to know like how that, and again, maybe I'm completely overthinking it, because it could just be as simple as Dylan's a starting quarterback. Of course he's going to go, right?
Yeah.
And they don't think about the next step, which could be that.
Well, let's get to that and more when we return, because there was also a ranking of quarterbacks from The Athletic where they ranked everyone, every starter or presumed starter in the entire country. And where Dylan Raiola was might surprise you. So we'll get to that when we return. Keep sending in your responses, by the way, to our poll question. We'll pick that up, the one from yesterday. We'll pick that up a little bit later on, door number 1, door number 2, the Titanic scenario, as it were, via John Bishop yesterday, so we can get to some of those responses. But when we return, we'll talk some Dylan Raiola. You also triggered a lot of people yesterday, or Monday, rather. So we can talk about that. And score bugs. Again, Joel found Austin's email.
I'm going to respond to Joel right now. That was incredible.
That is just excellent work by you, Joel. And I would say this, talking to Nick, he does not want you to find his email. So keep searching.
Yes.
Find Nick's email.
Make sure you use some curse words in there, too, because it probably was made when he was a teenager.
Edgy Gen Zer Nick.
69.
I don't
at
still,
Gmail.
420.
I don't still use my original email, but I do have it. I recently recovered it.
Yeah, that's the original email I have. I use for my spam folder now. So anytime I sign up for something, bang, to that one.
I don't even go to that email anymore.
I don't even want to know what's in there.
It's probably a scary place. Many unread emails, which is my nightmare.
The cool thing is, because my original email was Yahoo, right? I recovered it, and since it was inactive for a certain amount of time, it just wiped everything from it.
Nice.
Blank slate. It's like having a brand new email.
Even better.
I'm learning that Nick cherishes his email address more than anything. So you got like no spam on this email?
I try not to.
It's not like a list. There is no email. What if there's never been an email? That could be a possibility.
Whoa. His email ate from the Garden of Eden, and now it's punished.
My email is actually a pigeon with a...
Stibbs wants to know what your first AIM screen name was, Austin.
AIM?
AIM.
Not in
we didn't
AIM.
use AIM.
Yeah,
we used
AIM.
MSN Messenger.
I was
for a little
yes.
bit, and then Facebook happened,
Yes.
so we didn't need to use
I dated
MSN
a girl
anymore.
who, in high school, she was using MSN Messenger. I was like,
Yeah.
what?
I'd play that
hated
in
that
polar
noise.
bowling on my grandma's computer.
We all used MSN Messenger for like a couple years, and then Facebook happened, so we didn't need
MSN Messenger sucked.
It was the best. It had the little butterfly guy.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah.
I hated MSN because I got on it so I could talk to her on there. I was like, this sucks.
Nice, dude.
Yeah.
Did it suck, or did you just not want to adapt?
No, Nick, I love
Adapt
adapting.
and overcome.
I love adapting. That's why coming up next, we're going to just move to TikTok. We're not even going to be on the radio.
Oh.
TikTok boy.
As we adapt. All right, we'll talk a little DR. That means Dylan Raiola. Next, Brazy on 1620 The Zone. You guys gonna hug?
We should.
Yeah, we can.
We're bonded.
Yeah, the Bond boys.
The Bond boys.
Welcome back on 1620 The Zone.
Did you almost forget?
No,
he was helping.
Yep, I was
That's
on
nice.
1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. Also ZoneTV.live and the 1620 The Zone YouTube channel. Kyle tweets in on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. I don't know how you started saying brazy because I'm surrounded by these two nincompoops, Kyle.
Wow.
But
nincompoop.
you
Old.
do know it started because Bloods, the famous gang, doesn't use the letter C,
That's right.
because of the other famous.
We learned that last time you were in, I think.
Famous
I can't
gang,
believe
the Crips.
That's right.
I did not know you were affiliated, and then adds gang.
You know what's hilarious is
gang.
Do you know that famous like meme photo of the two like gang members
Yeah.
holding
From
up the
Omaha?
banner? Yeah, it's like
120th and Center, isn't
yeah,
it?
it's 120 Center, just like up the street from my house. And
Yeah.
when Dr. Girlfriend and I figured that out, we just sent that meme to everybody.
It's
We're like,
so
Can
good.
you believe this?
You know about this meme, right,
Yeah.
Nick?
The insane thing about the internet
We
is
love the internet.
if something has origins in something else, once the internet gets a hold of it, suddenly those origins don't matter anymore.
Yep.
So wait, should we stop saying brazy? I don't want to get killed. I don't want to get beaten up by a Crip.
No, I
It's
mean,
crazy.
that's up to
guys.
you. I'm back. I'm sticking with Brazy.
You're-
I'm
Yeah.
on the
You're
Brazy.
a brazy boy.
I'm on the Brazy
We're
train.
going off the rails on the Brazy train.
Wow,
Good
you guys
one,
are
Nick.
in the brazy hive, I
Mhm.
think is what's going on there. All right, cool. There you go. Let's get back to Dylan Raiola. So you asked
Dylan?
did I say it wrong?
No, I said
Okay.
Billin.
You should tweet that. I can't wait to watch Bill and Raiola and just see what happens with your mentions, as people probably hate you.
No,
even
don't
more.
worry. I'll get that out right now.
Charles says, I think you're safe, Josh. Keena says, but that meme from 120th and Center taught me they are one now. Yeah, we're all coming together.
Mhm,
Brazy.
that's right.
I think we're fine. Also, apparently I missed the joke with Stibbs in the previous segment. He said that was kind of the joke. Figured he didn't know what it was.
See,
Womp womp.
That's not necessarily a fair assumption by Stibbs, though, because there
I
is.
mean, you have been going after him lately.
Are you and
he went
Stibbs gonna
after
fight?
me.
Nick and Stibbs are having a moment right
We are.
now.
Are-
A blood and Crip
Are you guys
moment.
going to fight or kiss? That's probably one of the two.
I'll
Both.
fight him, then kiss him.
Yeah,
Whoa!
Or maybe kiss and fight and then kiss again.
Yeah, why
Whoa!
not?
Yeah,
Only if Stibbs wants
From
consensually.
enemies to lovers, back to enemies.
they're going at it. I like
Yeah.
it.
No, because like AIM, that's what I'm saying about like the Gen Z A and Gen Z B thing. Gen Z B, no idea what AIM would be, but Gen Z A, like there's always kind of been like even if we didn't have it, we would still know of it because it came right before, you know?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in 1985.
What?
I was born in 88, Nick. I don't know what was happening in
that's
85. LSD Will says, why do fun facts have Monday guests on it? Nick being lazy or just been busy?
I didn't realize that it had Monday guests on it still.
Whoops.
Because I changed one to today. So
Well,
My
we do not have our usual Wednesday guest, which was Mike Schaefer, because he was busy. Let's get back, though, 5 minutes after I said, let's get to Dylan Raiola. Let's get back to Dylan Raiola. So you asked a question about him going there, going there being Vegas to speak. And this is like the first chance that he is going to have to talk in front of like a lot of people.
A
right?
national.
Like, yes. Like,
and let me be clear too that it's not like Will Compton coming in and do his national podcast, because that's a
Correct.
Husker guy.
Correct.
Compton's not going to ask him, be like, hey, what was it like decommitting from 2 Power 5 schools?
Yes. But so this will be the first chance that he's had to do that, because once you're in the season, you're in the season. And the questions for the most part are going to be like, hey, what happened against UTEP? Hey, what do you think about Colorado? Like, that's what the stuff usually is going to be. And so this will be a different opportunity for him. And you're right. Like I hadn't thought about the fact that he will probably get asked about decommitting from Ohio State, decommitting from Georgia, in particular, probably more of the former, given that there will be Ohio State people there that might, want to know about it.
Well, and they'll frame it like, what's your relationship with Ohio State or something like that?
Yeah, and I'm interested if anybody is going to ask him about the portal, because there was a lot of scuttlebutt. That's an old head saying, Nick. There's a lot of scuttlebutt in December that schools, mainly Adidas schools, what was it, Texas A&M, Miami, and I think even Georgia popped up again.
And I think some NIL evaluation stuff recently came out about like where it would cost to like move him.
And so I'm guessing, like, I think it's a fair and interesting question of, hey, why did you stay? Like, that's the way you ask it. You don't say, hey, there were a lot of rumors that they were throwing the bag at you. Why did you stay? And whether it was you, I can't remember if it was you or Evan who said it, but why do you believe that this is the right place for you? I think that those are really good questions. How much they'll get into like the weight stuff, You know, I don't know because I think some people still.
Yeah, sometimes we forget how niche these conversations are in our own state order.
Yes, that's true. Like when Rule was on McAfee and said that, like I don't know how many national people that would even resonate with. Also, even if it did, like, you know what, I'm not going to ask a player about their weight. Like that just seems like a weird question.
Yeah,
even though they're like that.
Well, there are some weird national weirdos out there.
That's a great point.
Especially at these media days, there
normal.
are some very weirdo national people that will go out and just be like, "Hey, it was reported you were 245 in January."
Yeah, Matt Rule said he doesn't want to be 240. Were you 240?
Yeah.
Well, and there's the Waukesha lady. Remember her a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Like, I can't wait to see what weird.
Don't
crap
forget touchdowns and tangents.
Plus, it's gonna touchdown. Oh man, I forgot about touchdowns and tangents. And it's in Vegas, so like, you can get
anything out there.
Yeah.
How many old Pac-12 beat reporters are going to appear and beat down the door?
Yeah, say you took our league away from us. Now we have Boise State and other Mountain West schools in our league. We're
that would be
sad.
very funny.
That would be a good time. San Diego State's like, what the hell? USC, we hate your guts. So yeah, he's probably going to be the story coming out of this.
Yeah.
Evan said it. We go into these things saying, yeah, nothing's going to happen. And then stuff has happened.
Well, and then there's the other part of it too in these Big Ten media days. And I don't know. Have you been out to any of these like conference media days before? Like I have never been, so I don't really know. But my guess is that like the local media people will obviously go to cover who they want, but they're more there to listen to hear what someone else is going to ask these coaches in regards to something that not that, like Mitch Sherman or Sam or any of those guys can't ask those questions. But again, it's the way that you're plugged in and the way that you see it from your perspective here. The conversation that a California columnist is going to have on Nebraska football is way different than what someone who lives in Omaha is going to have.
Well, yeah, our folks, our friends are going to be asking questions that are very detailed. Hey, what's going on at left tackle?
Mm-hmm.
Like they're going to ask that. National people are not going to be like, can you tell me about your linebacker? Like there's been some criticism over the years about Nebraska's media and how specific of the questions they're asking, because it's like, we can't use this in any of our other stuff because you're asking about backup linebackers.
Yeah.
But that's what the job is for us around here. Because this event is not about the next week. It's about filling article space for a month.
Yes.
That's what people are. There will be quotes that Dylan Raiola gives next week that will be used in the World Herald preview articles at the end of August.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of what we're talking about here. And so that'll be interesting.
That's my biggest thing as to why, like, if you send Dylan Raiola out, and again, I'm sure it was he's the starting quarterback, we're going to send him out because that's what you basically should do. I mean, Arch Manning went to his. The only thing that he would have is to really lose, right? To go out and to say any type of comment. So that's why he gave pedestrian answers the entire time. But if Dylan says anything that's somewhat irrational or something that's out of the norm of what we expect a player to say, it will be part of the Nebraska national column that gets written by the different Big Ten aggregators or the different people that can take something out of context and the people that will write a column, even locally here, and say, well, he framed it or said it this way, so that's why it went out that way. And that wouldn't happen with any other person on this team.
No, because he's a quarterback.
You could send Ja'Cory Barney out there. You could send Emmett Johnson out there. You could send Henry Lutovsky. You could send any of these people. And if they said the exact same words or verbiage that a viral quote would have, Dylan Raiola would be picked up 100 times out of 100 compared to any of the other names.
I'm guessing that he doesn't say anything of note.
I agree. I think he's going to be I think he's going to be himself and he'll be completely fine. I don't think that there's anything to worry about, but it is one of those questions and that you just go, okay, well, it felt like there's almost more that you have to just be concerned about, especially when giving the quote unquote bulletin board material.
Ain't No Poser writes,
Hey,
first
Poser.
of all, asks, is that woman from Wisconsin coming back? So yeah, that's the Waukesha lady. I hope so, because her questions are unhinged. Says, hey, Coach Rule, as you know, Nebraska has ties with politics, with a former coach being a senator. Can you give us your takes on the Epstein files? I would love for any coach to be asked about that.
Mhm.
I would laugh incredibly hard.
I do think we know that Rule is just going to be asked a lot of questions about the college football playoff format. He's going to be asked about the landscape of college football. He's going to get all those long-winded answers, right?
Mhm.
Like that's exactly because that's what people expect from him from the national side. They've seen him do the podcast. They've seen him on pretty much all of the major networks talking about different stuff.
Mm.
I think that that's what he's going to be used for. And people are going to use him as like the Big Ten outlet of like, this is what the Big Ten thinks of their model.
He very much is happy to give his opinions.
Yes.
He likes giving takes.
Unlike Connor Happer.
Unlike Connor. And I wonder if he likes hearing takes. Yeah. They will definitely ask him about that. Because remember last year he made was it last year or 2 years ago when he made Feinbaum really, really mad?
Yeah, that's
Paul
right.
I think it was
it was
year.
last summer.
Because the playoff had expanded.
Because Paul said he was like, get your team to a bowl game.
Yeah, and they did.
They did.
Congrats.
Take that, Paul.
Also, that's when I learned that his name wasn't pronounced Feinbaum, but Feinbaum, which I thought was just the strangest things.
Good for him.
Stibs. Dylan, what's your thoughts on the situation in Gaza?
See, again,
wow.
What do you say?
Man, if this was like 2019, people were much more apt to ask politics questions back in 2019.
Mhm.
We don't really ask
Anymore.
those
We
questions
stick to football
anymore.
these days.
Yeah, we definitely do. We definitely do.
We're what, 42 days away?
No, 43 days
43
away.
days.
43
Okay,
days
gotcha.
away.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because it's 6 weeks from tomorrow, which
look at
means
that.
that we are, Nick, 38 days away from week 0. And we're
So far
15 days away from the Hall of Fame game.
Nice.
I started watching Quarterback Season 2 last night.
Any good?
Yes, I am enjoying it. I think that show is good.
I think so too. I don't understand why people don't like it.
I think it's because it gets associated with Hard Knocks, which is definitely not as good as it used to be.
Mhm.
And so they're like, I don't want to watch it. I enjoyed it. So I just watched the first episode. Season 2 is about Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins again, and who am I forgetting?
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow. Thank you. I was really, really, really interested in it.
So, Josh,
I love football.
I know.
God, I love football.
So with so this is all based off of Drive to Survive, that Formula One thing that Netflix did, and then they just branched out a bunch of other stuff.
Nobody cares.
So in Drive to Survive,
Yeah.
they very much interject drama where there wasn't any in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
Do they do that on Quarterback that you've found? Or
No,
anything?
in the quarterback and receiver shows, it was natural because you already knew the storylines, and it was more you waited for those storylines to come up.
Yeah.
Like the Marcus Mariota one from 2 seasons ago.
There was actual drama because he quit the team.
Mhm.
He left the team at the end of the year.
So like it's the same in Drive to Survive. Like,
But
you
like,
know,
give me, like, what's pretend drama that they do?
so like during
This guy passed me. I'm upset.
We all know that's fake.
nice. So like during a race, they'll be talking about a driver like in this race, right?
Mhm.
But then they'll put up one of his radio messages from a different race where he sounded more angry.
Gotcha.
No,
and
they
then they'll
don't.
just kind of overlay that.
I mean, I guess I can't prove that it's not real, the audio that's coming out of the games, but
I mean, I guess that's a little different because we hear the audio in the race.
yes,
but
and we don't in football, but no, it does not seem like they would get in a lot of trouble. I
it's
think,
like
for
Drive
doing
to Survive. It's mostly like they use editing to try to spice it up, but there's very much real things. in it.
that. I don't think they do.
The closest thing they probably do is they do a different broadcast to like put on for the touchdowns or whatever. Like
Yeah.
they use like a different call to make it sound more exciting. or
Yeah,
something
I don't.
like that.
I don't think they do. I enjoy it. I give it a thumbs up. Now I'm only through episode 1, but knowing, I mean, we have the Washington Commanders highlight video that just finished on NFL Network.
Yeah,
and
the NFL Films presentations are rolling right now.
and they of course famously whooped the Lions, and so that'll make me sad when the Lions don't win and beat the
Yeah.
Eagles, and then the Eagles win the Super Bowl.
You do. There were some times in those past seasons where you go, oh, "Did I remember this right?" Like, and you're watching, you're like, "How did this end up for them?" And then you get to their final loss, and that player that they're highlighting, ooh,
Bad times.
yeah,
Bad
never
times.
good, never good.
We can get to the other Dylan Raiola thing when we return, or we could talk about why Austin triggered the entire world on Monday. Plus, score bugs coming up at the end of the hour. We have many slides to look through. I think like 65 of them.
I can't wait.
This
I'm
is going to be so
excited.
much. If you have never watched the show, we implore you to join us so you can participate with us, because we do know that this is still AM radio. But there will be photos of score bugs, and this will be good for Nick because he can get a little history lesson of what the ABC score bug looked like in, say, 2001.
Whoa.
Oh,
The Keith Jackson era.
Dude, I missed that.
so I'm
score
sure they
bug.
weren't vertical.
Nick.
What?
You're about
Why
to
would you have
learn.
a vertical score bug?
You're
That
about to
seems
learn
ridiculous.
today.
Okay, it's funny you say that, Nick, because wait till you see the first Notre Dame NBC one from that era.
Incredible.
Horrid.
You're gonna love it.
Horrid.
Score bug.
All right, so we'll have all of that and more as we return. It's a Dumb Debates Wednesday. Get the questions in. # Dumb Debates on Twitter and email, text, all the things.
You can email me now if you hit up.
People are
Poland.
emailing me about how they think they found Nick's email. So we'll find out if that's true as well. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Wednesday, 1620 The Zone. Listener John has not found Nick's email. Now he did send me one of them, what he thinks it is, and I'm not going to read this email on the air, even though it's not Nick's. But he said this one has an avatar that looks like it could be Nick. So then I went to my Gmail and I typed it in, and it's because like it's a cartoon guy.
No.
So I think he thought you might have like a cartoon character.
No, I don't have an anime character.
That's kind of a surprise.
No anime. Not a big anime guy?
No,
Nick?
I like some anime, but I'm not an anime avatar guy. Those people are weird.
Yeah, they're like Husker aggregate accounts.
Those people like anime way too much, you know? It's like if you just have Herbie Husker as your account picture instead of just you.
You'd be shocked how much of this listening audience probably has that as
I know.
Nick,
that's why I said it.
We love our audience and their avatars on social media.
And we love their takes. We love all their opinions.
We love hearing them.
And
And sometimes we mute you.
See, I just said they were weird, but then you acted like that was some big offensive thing. There's nothing wrong with being weird. We're weird.
Also, the mute button on Twitter is probably the greatest invention.
I love the mute button. I
It
do
is.
it.
Thank
There
you,
was
mute.
there was somebody yesterday that I was like, not enjoying you. Bye-bye.
Yep.
And now as somebody in the biz referred it to me one time, like, I love muting them because then they're just screaming into the void and they don't know. And I was
That's
like,
great.
wow, that's great. Because if you I don't believe in blocking except for ads. I block anyone who advertises where it's like, hey, I had a cheeseburger. Blocked. Get off of my timeline forever. I would never block a listener or a Husker fan, though, because I don't want to give anyone the satisfaction. So when I see somebody has me blocked, I get a little satisfaction of like, tough look for you.
Yeah, it is. And you always have the question to be like, why me? What did I do? What did I do?
Well, sometimes I know who blocks me and I'm like, oh,
you get it.
I probably said Nebraska football might lose or something.
Oh, no.
Duncan says, if you don't use a picture of yourself for social media, you're a coward.
True.
Might make an exception for serious bit accounts.
Okay, bit accounts
I think
indeed.
The exception is like bit accounts or like online gaming, just because of
Anonymity.
Anonymity has always been kind of like a central thing.
People anonymous?
Nice. I can't say that word. It's always been kind of like a central thing in gaming, right? Like you used to just call people by their gamer tags and it was fine.
Yeah, and then you probably call them something else. Am I right, Nick? When you're hanging out with your online pals?
What's up, 420 Blaze it 54? How you doing today?
Nah, I think you used a different word. He knows what I'm talking about.
I never used those words.
Austin, wow, not one time?
Nope.
Wow, shout
because
out to
I
you.
know there were bad words.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but
yeah, but you're amongst friends, Nick.
Yeah, Nick, you're amongst friends.
You can say it here, Nick.
People should hear what Nick says off the air sometimes.
Yeah. His Xbox live chat is crazy. You don't want to be a part of that.
You didn't want to see me in a Call of Duty lobby in Modern Warfare 3.
Yeah,
Rust.
indeed.
Me and Rust, bro.
1v1
Austin,
dome.
you are our guest of honor today.
I am.
Shall we go back to Dylan Raiola for a little bit longer, or do you want to talk about how you made the internet really, really mad?
Should we
at
just
you?
rip the Band-Aid off and just get the bad one out of the way? I'd love to talk about Dylan Raiola in an actual,
You can do that. I mean,
good
we can save you
conversation.
triggering people for another time.
I mean, that's
Like,
it's up to you. I don't really know.
I asked you.
No, I'm a guest.
He
I'm a
said to
guest.
rip off the Band-Aid.
Yeah,
Do
just
how
rip
he
off the
triggered.
Band-Aid.
So
Yeah.
that's okay. So you
Let's get triggered.
now. I will say this: there are times where I say something on the air, and I know that it will get a reaction. For example, when I came onto the air on the Monday after Nebraska lost to Michigan State in 2021, I knew that I was going to say that they should fire Scott Frost at the end of the season. I told John, I messaged him that weekend. I said, "Hey, I think I'm going to do this on the air tomorrow," and we were kind of like, "Okay," and we were prepared because we knew that is going to cause a reaction, right? Sometimes I'll say something, and I wish I could think of an example that I have said recently where I'm like, "Whoa." Or what? Oh, honestly, the poll question yesterday.
Door one, door two.
Very surprised that it has taken over like it has, but it's been very fun.
Yeah.
You said something on Monday on Heard at Sports Live. Nailed it.
Live.
You said something. Did you know that it was going to cause everybody to yell and scream at you for 2 days?
It was one of
and
those
unfollow Heard at. They said, "I'm done with Heard at. I want AM radio."
But they said they respected me for how I handled the situation.
One person said they respected you.
I don't
for
think
how
many other people were saying that. Though.
Yeah.
No, in the moment, I knew how I was saying it, and it didn't come across exactly what I meant to say. And that's the worst part about it too, is that if I could go back and change what I was saying, I wouldn't say like as much. That was a word filler that I didn't need. But it was early in the morning. I was tired.
You're sleepy.
I was big sleepy.
I know.
But it was also one. It's one that, like you had said, you had time to think about the Scott Frost take, and it came off of a pivotal moment, right? Like
yes,
you had the opportunity to go out and think about it. You warned the masses that needed to know, and you were going to come in and say something. This was something that I've been sitting on for a long time. That it just kind of came out naturally, and I don't even exactly remember how the conversation really began, but I do remember thinking, wow, I just wish that Memorial Stadium would kind of just do a little bit more stuff that just keeps the fans engaged, because everyone remembers the Colorado game, and I've been reminded how great the Colorado game was.
It was really good.
But does anyone remember the second half of that Colorado game when everyone was like, oh, is the offense going to do anything in this game? And the defense was just getting stops and stuff, and that was great and fun. But I think everyone remembers the Tommy Hill pick six and how crazy that was. And everyone
awesome moment.
Everyone remembered every single time that Shedeur Sanders went back to pass in the first half that he was getting sacked and the crowd was going crazy. But does anyone give Memorial Stadium its credit as one of the toughest places to play in November 3rd when they lost to UCLA?
Wow.
Because I remember being in that crowd and everyone
doubling down
and everyone being like, oh, well, it's kind of a chilly day out here and the team's not giving us a whole lot. And
it was
believe
chilly.
me, I understand that how the play on the field can directly affect how a crowd can react to what's going on. I completely get that.
Yeah.
My biggest gripe was not with the fans, it's with how the atmosphere is presented.
Via
that is
the fans?
Not necessarily. But it's what Memorial Stadium can do for you.
Are you not? Look at that. That you're like our own John F. Kennedy Jr.
Yes.
Hopefully without the assassination.
And I don't even know how to pronounce
Keena?
Keena. This is exactly what I'm saying. I have a recorded video on my phone that I had quote tweeted and sent back to Drafts because I was like, I don't want to do this, but I have a recorded video on my phone for me on a third down stop, just like holding it up when it was like 2022. They played 3 straight stand up and shouts. Why? Why are we standing up and shouting so much? It didn't work the first time. We'll try it again.
It
again. Didn't work.
Yeah,
We'll try it again. How many
hate
times can we do that?
Yeah.
And how many? And here's the other part. The same people that were complaining to me, and again, I did not in the clip and on the air on Monday, I didn't say it as correctly as I should have and how I feel about it. In truth, I said like too often. But it's one of those that I know that these people somewhat agree with me, because when you're standing in
standing up and shouting
in a fourth quarter timeout,
yeah,
and the high V ad is playing for like the 35th time in the game, and then you're going, guess which truck this number's in? I will lose my mind.
Yeah.
It's 5 minutes left in the game, and Matt Rule's on the Husker Vision screen going, hey, Husker fans, really need that NIL donation.
That's tough.
Do you know, but you have seen the same things that I'm saying.
Of course,
I'm not making this up.
No, that's why, I thought that this was a common opinion.
Yes.
I thought this was a very common opinion, that
but
Nebraska Stadium could have a much better atmosphere, but it only gets up for big games.
And I completely understand where everyone's coming from. Yes, I was there for a lot of the big games. Everyone seems to remember 2014 Miami. Yes, I completely get that too.
That was tight.
I was also there for 2022 Wisconsin, when there was like 20,000 people.
Not
if
tight.
That.
Not tight.
And they were still playing the same damn high V ads the entire game. Stand up and shout. No.
Yeah.
Standing up and leaving is what I want to do.
David says, I believe Austin is somewhat right. Could the atmosphere be better? Yes, it can.
And
by
again,
the way, David has not given us the other side of the argument. I'm kind of curious
but
now,
again,
because you're somewhat right.
But here's the part of it, is that this isn't a fight against Nebraska fans that choose to spend their money and get into the stadium and go to Memorial Stadium and buy the hot dogs at the concession stand and now can buy a beer and go and hang out and have fun. It's not against the fans. I'm not saying the fans need to bring the juice. I'm not saying the team has to get better so everyone gets more excited. The atmosphere at Memorial Stadium itself could be presented in a different way. If you went to a concert venue and they didn't have like music in between, it was dead silent when you walked in until the band started to play, and as you walked out, it was dead silent as you left as well. They just left the lights on.
I hate that.
You would hate it, right? That's what I'm saying. It's an entertainment presentation, and you're trying to keep your entire 90,000 fans engaged into what you're doing and not walk off to get ice cream in West Stadium. Instead, what they do and they decide to do is just pump ads and do the exact same shtick over and over and over again. And I think it's gotten old. That was another part of it that really, as you can tell, I'm a little triggered. Wow, I needed to get this out.
Dude, you are triggered.
But very much. But it was a part of that conversation that everybody online that was yelling at me was saying, well, this guy's clearly never been to Memorial Stadium. This guy's clearly never done it. The reason I brought up the SEC in that was because I was watching and following a little video series, and I think it was a column. I'll see if I can find it. I can post it later if I want.
Hell yeah, do it!
But a guy had went to every single SEC stadium, and he was like, here's the differences. Here's what they do. And he specifically talked about how at places like LSU and Death Valley, and again, this is an exaggerated example, but the band is playing a song like Neck that gets the entire fan base on their feet and excited and moving around.
Yeah.
They do have some traditional stuff
Let
that
them
they
play
do.
Neck.
It's a party the entire
Whole time.
The entire time. And no, at Arkansas football, it's not. At Vanderbilt football, they're just under a construction zone. At Florida, it's different. At Alabama, it's different. At Auburn, it's different. At LSU, it's different. They're doing all of these things uniquely different. I just want Memorial Stadium to have its own unique atmosphere that isn't branded completely by ads and supports the fans, in which that they can finally say, we're building a tough place to play.
Ain't No Poser says, fans control the atmosphere. Austin here for Husker Nation blows.
That's not what I said!
Other responses. Jeff says, fans mad at Austin are just mad that he's right about the stadium. Alex and Lincoln, Austin is right. Cats are funny. This is the second time I've heard him apologize, and I still don't know what he said to make people mad. And finally, Aaron texts in, controversial opinion. I have a controversial opinion. How good your team is has most to do with how hard your stadium is perceived to be for the most part. Alabama is pretty much universally regarded as a less crazy crowd than about 5 to 6 other SEC schools, but it's hard because they have been really good. Memorial Stadium will be crazy atmosphere when the olds die, or we are good. It's Lambeau Field of the college world.
Now, and I'm going to walk the plank on this one too, but if you want to ask a lot of the...
Get out the gun.
If you want to ask a lot of the youth that are diehard Nebraska fans,
the Brazies,
that want to get onto season ticket lists and do all that sort of stuff, I know that there's a contingency out there that would be like, oh, it's a great atmosphere. It's all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I think that there's more people, and again, it's part because my generation of Husker fans have not had as much success as older generations of Husker fans, but I think that they don't see the value in spending their money to go into Memorial Stadium because of the in total experience in which they go for.
Yeah.
I think that is true. And
can't
it's
do
not,
as many TikToks.
And it's not about the product on the field. I think it's strictly
because it's an old stodgy atmosphere.
I would rather just go home and watch it and enjoy this game at home.
Keena says, how's Grandpa going to listen to the radio call on his Walkman if you're playing your young people music the whole time? CJ says, maybe these fans crying about your take should try and get out of Memorial Stadium. Husker fans, there's other stadiums in the country. Yeah,
that's been another part of it too, that I have been to other Big Ten stadiums.
Boom roasted.
And the other Big Ten stadiums, Kinnick especially, they have the same issues. They have the
That's
same...
interesting because that I always view that as a really tough stadium to play. Now it's like at night when they play good teams.
Right, yeah. And I've been to both. I've been to the past 2 Nebraska matchups at Kinnick. So 1 a win, 1 a loss. And the Kinnick atmosphere, it was a Black Friday night, obviously, like it was one of those, like it was a chillier evening and all that sort of stuff. The crowd gets up, but then as soon as the play's over, it's a little bit out of it.
That's what
they just get done.
That's one of the underrated parts about like what great stadiums do is they're loud the whole time.
Yes.
When the team's in the huddle. I went to a Seahawks game a decade ago and it was nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Like I could not believe how loud it was all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I probably heard louder stadiums, for a moment, but I don't know if I can remember being in one that was just front to back noise like that one was.
Yeah.
So
when I just want everyone to hear me out and hear me on my pedestal. And
don't put it on the internet that he's triggered.
I appreciate you letting me get in my soapbox about this and really get going about it. But the next time you hear stand up and shout, I ask you to just ask why. And just say, can I do something else?
You are of young.
Yes.
You should start a movement. When they say stand up and shout, the rest of the students should go, why? That would be funny. That would be really, really funny. If the whole stadium eventually said, why? And then they were like, wow, this is pretty embarrassing. Maybe we should not play it anymore.
And I think it's like it's a genuine question that who is the Memorial Stadium experience for? If you go as like a generic fan and are you bringing it, obviously it's set for Husker fans. But if you think of it very, very generically, this is just college football stadium X, right?
Okay.
What is the stadium experience for? Is it for young children? Is it for college students?
It's trying to thread the needle, obviously, right? Like it wants to be for the 100-year-olds and a kid, which like that's hard to.
Yeah.
There's not many things that a 5-year-old is going to like, when they're 100.
Mm-hmm.
Sports are often that thing that bring us together. But in terms of atmosphere, what makes it entertaining for a 5-year-old is going to be way different than the 100-year-old.
And do you know who doesn't pander to the 5-year-olds and 100-year-olds? It threads it straight through and says, we're a college football stadium.
Yeah, LSU. Yeah. Nebraska needs to be
the best example I can give.
David says, I'm a 65-year-old man and I want corn. But with a K.
Oh, that's little Dave. Hey, little Dave.
Corn with a K. Tay says, I disagree. Drunk adults might as well be toddlers.
Now, see, that's going to be the interesting part is if they change all the like different ads that they have playing and they just go, get your beer at Memorial Stadium. And they change it to that. They should actually just do discounts and they'll be like, hey, at the North Stadium concession stand, we have 50-cent beers for the next 3 minutes.
God. Well, then there would be no one standing. They'd be standing and running.
Yeah.
To get the 57.
Stand up and run.
Kyle says, I get what you guys are saying, but what team with a losing record has a loud stadium all the time? I would say, now it's in the NFL, but it does seem like the Browns have a loud stadium all the time. But,
The dog pound.
Dog pound. Whoa.
Seattle, you're right, though. Seattle's
atmosphere is ridiculous, man. I had a really good time in terms of taking it in as an impartial observer.
Yeah.
So, all right, there you go. Yeah, maybe you pissed some more people off. They said, I'm done with you. I'm going to the zone. Crap, now we brought you over to the zone. We're sending them back.
Nick, I should have sent that tweet to you because that I wanted you to be able to use that as like a graphic where it just says, it's like, I'm done listening to this show. This would never happen on 1620 The Zone.
Well, send that to him because you'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or has it been credible, Nick?
Yes.
Can you add the B in front of the word?
Because then you would be replacing the I.
Incredible.
Incredible.
All right, when we return, I have uploaded like 60 score bugs. We will go through them. Please, if you can, join us on the video stream because some random person on Reddit uploaded every score bug from this last 25 years in college football. And don't you know it, we all are going to have opinions on this. So we will get to it when we return. Josh Peterson and Austin Jacobson.
I'm not triggered.
Don't put it on the internet. You're more triggered than the people who are triggered.
True.
And Nick Grimm, who people are still searching for his email.
They can try.
Search. There's another email that I got Nick guessing what it is, but it has a middle name initial. Do you have a middle name initial in your email?
No. I thought you were going to ask me if I had a middle name.
Do you have a middle name?
Yes.
Nice.
Dude. Some people don't have middle names.
I don't. Just an initial.
What?
It's just an M. Yeah.
What?
Well, because
that's not true.
I'll tell you after the break.
Okay, perfect. On 1620 The Zone. This week's Zone Deal. Lighthouse Pizza and Fries, located at 7400 Place and 74th Plaza and Pacific Street. They specialize in oversized pizza slices and fries piled high. Ooh. Unique topping creations, fun atmosphere, drive-through, and late night hours. Plus, Nick Grimm loves it. Get $50 worth of gift vouchers for just $25 with this week's half-off deal. Listen all week on the Connor Happer Show. Nice. Why did I point at Austin? I don't know. For a chance to win $50 in gift vouchers, the deal goes live Friday morning at 9 at 1620 The Zone.
I'm like the first call for Connor Happer Show whenever he's vacated.
People love Austin. The Austin Hive is growing. Either you love him or you hate his guts.
I did gain some hate recently.
Yeah. Welcome to the club, Austin. Welcome to the club.
That is legitimately why I had to text you earlier this week, because I was like, I just needed someone who was like, I know you've been through this, so like I just need to make sure like I understand what's happening.
Yeah, I used to lean on Dirk in that regard because he got famously lots of hate.
He got dunked on a lot.
I should offer my services to the young journalists now, since Dirk's out of the game. If there's a take maker out there who needs to, talk to somebody who knows what it's like to get yelled at. Now, my DMs are closed because I'm not a psycho like you. You're like everybody else in the business. You guys are all freaks if you open your DMs.
You're radio unk these days.
Wow. That is so weird, man. At one point, you're the young whippersnapper. I was you. I was Matt. And now I'm old.
Yeah, you're
I'm
not
John.
Young spry boy anymore.
Seriously, I might as well be John's age.
I had my DMs.
Gross.
I had my DMs closed for a little bit, but that made my job a little harder.
That would be
booking purposes sometimes.
Did it?
Yeah, or like even if
I didn't have that issue.
If people had a question or whatever.
Question for you?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Stibbs says, weird, I must have missed your phone call, Josh. Wait, why was I supposed to call Stibbs?
Oh, because leaning on things, I think.
We all need a Stibbs.
I mean, people did hate Stibbs a couple times, especially Chiefs fans. God, they despise that guy when he was our producer. But I mean, they probably still hate his guts. But,
right, yeah.
Stibbs, I will lean on you more.
Do you bring in Stibbs just to like cleanse the palate a little bit?
What, like, for filling in. My bad.
Is that what he meant? Oh, to fill in.
My bad. Yeah, Stibbs, I got a date for you coming up soon. I'll text you during the next commercial break.
Stibbs date?
Perhaps.
Ooh.
Yeah. Remember, Stibbs also said if you need to fill in for producer, to let him know, but Nick never asks.
Well, Nick doesn't take vacation. He's the hardest working person here.
He does love work, except when he doesn't. But otherwise, he loves work.
Do you think Nick will take time off for his wedding? That he is engaged after all.
What?
Yeah.
Interesting.
The honeymoon isn't going to come right after the wedding, so it'll be the wedding and then
Are you doing a joint honeymoon like your bachelor party?
Are you asking if me and the lady that I'm marrying are going to go on the same honeymoon?
Yeah.
Yes.
With you and your closest friends and family.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised. Seems like you guys are into that kind of thing.
Let's just invite some more people to this. What do you say, honey?
Man, that is so wild. So wild. All right. Before we get to score bugs, you said your middle name is an initial.
Yes. Yeah, it is. So my parents ran out of time. I'm also like the youngest kid. So they were
your parents ran out of time?
Yeah. Well, they were like in the hospital and they were like, oh, we'll
figure graphic.
Yeah. They were like, we'll figure it out. And I was the last kid. I'm the youngest. So they had kind of like already given up. They were like, whatever, let's just get out of here. And from what I'm told, it was just M. So
wow.
You're
like Stephen M. Sipple.
Kind of.
Austin M. Jacobson.
Yeah, my mother has called me Michael, but then when I did, I was told later on that it's not actually officially Michael. It's just the M. It's very interesting.
Wow. It's unofficially Michael, legally M.
Yeah, so I'm Austin M. Jacobson.
Incredible.
Not even a period, like anything. It's just literally the middle initials M.
You sound like you're going to found a town in the 1880s.
Ooh, some good comments. Duncan says, let the fans pick a middle name for you. Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
That'd
and Steve says there's a time limit on filling out the birth certificate. Didn't know it was like the ACT.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, do you think I could go in now and just be like, hey, I'd like to submit this?
Right, I'm turning the channel. Now it's the Eagles one. No, thank you. Bye-bye. See you later.
Duncan, make your middle name Middle.
Oh, that's a great idea.
That's actually really fun.
It'll start with an M.
Yep.
All right, let's get to score bugs. So some intrepid,
yes.
I should give this person credit before we dive in. There was somebody on Reddit this week. Here it was. What is your favorite college football television score bug of the 21st century? From user Mac and Cheese Face.
Whoa!
We love mac and cheese on our faces, don't
mix
we,
in the
folks?
corn. You don't like that.
No, indeed we don't. And so this incredible...
I actually like it a lot.
That is monstrous. Also, speaking of monstrous, Severe just texted me and said, my DMs are open. That is so gross. But
I'm gonna DM him right now.
Nice. I wonder if he knows who you are.
He does.
Okay, that's cool.
But he tweeted a mean thing today. I don't know if that
was... yeah, he said I was carrying you today.
I don't
Got
know.
him.
Is that a shot at me or is that at your prowess? Does that mean...
Dumb debates. Was he being more complimentary of me than he was being a hater of you?
Wait, no, your DMs aren't open severe.
Unless he
you have to
blocked-
be verified to message this user.
Ha! Well, you're not verified, so no
Dang.
messages to Michael. Will you?
Sorry,
be sending?
Michael.
Let's get to Scorebugs though, because
Please.
Mac and Cheese Face has uploaded to Reddit all sorts of Scorebugs, and so on this first, because you can only do 20 slides at a time on StreamYard, so I decided on the first bit that we would look at ABC, we would look at BTN and CBS, and we would try to figure out, with Nick too, fresh eyes in this project.
That's me.
Which is the best. And so I have a, let me go real quick to, I have
Look at that still.
a list of the years that these are. Okay.
I already have a take.
Okay.
Nick, this first one is from 2000 and 2001. You say you have a take.
Yeah, so ABC, your branding is already on there in the bottom right. You don't also need your branding in the top left in the weird oval thing next to the time.
But I'd like to disagree because that's that's a watermark on the bottom right and at the top left. What if I'm looking for the score and I'd like to say, I wonder which channel I'm on.
He's not wrong though, Nick. The watermark is for like all of the channels. Like this is now for highlights. Like it people will always know it's ABC. But I will say this, if you go watch highlights of the 1997 Nebraska-Missouri game, it's basically the same scorebug, but they didn't have the ABC logo. So I bet they were like, we need to add the logo.
You don't have to add the logo.
I adore this scorebug.
I do too.
I know that it does not have all the features that we would come to know.
Don't need it to.
Including, like, we don't know the timeouts, which I would say that's the one thing that it is missing. But God, I love how good it looks, man.
And I also love the fact that it's in the upper left corner.
Yes.
There's something about the upper left corner that always just felt like it just felt so natural to me rather than having to look down and look away from the action. I can just peek my eyes right over and I got it right there.
Upper left corner is a good placement.
And to be fair, when they would go the other way down the field, they would move it to the upper right corner. I believe that the scorebug was always behind the offense. And so it would never get in the way of the play.
And then I'll say this too, if I do recall this one right, and maybe it didn't have the graphic, ability then, but the 2nd and 6 that you see on the screen, it would go away when the play started, come back up, and it would
fold
say
up
third
and fold
whatever.
down.
Yep, the best,
God.
just the best.
It was really, really
and
good.
I also added touch there. It didn't do it on these graphics. I know it didn't, but when we get future editions, it would be like 4th down, and they would change it to a red.
Oh,
that would
yeah.
be great.
Yep,
I love
yep.
those.
The next one that we have, Nick, is from 2002 and 2003 on ABC. So just as you'll notice, slightly more modern. Still the triggering ABC logo for Nick.
You do see who has possession of the football.
You do see who has possession of the football. Still no timeouts, but you know who has the ball.
It was the last one. It was less the ABC logo being there and the fact that they had to put that obnoxious red oval behind it to try to make it
That was
make
so
sense.
good.
I do like how it's integrated here. It looks a little more natural.
You think so?
Yeah, it looks futury.
Yeah, I mean, this reminds me of my youth.
It reminds me of a Hot Wheels car.
I like all of this. I mean, this is great.
Well, I will say this. The next one from 04, I hate.
Ugh.
That's too
I
blocky.
think
Too
that
many
one
blocks.
is way ugly. It is gross. Also, Nebraska was bad in 2004, so I probably have a negative association with it for that reason.
We do have the first rankings on this one, though.
That is true. Wow, they weren't on. Yeah,
that's
USC
interesting.
and Michigan had to.
That
be,
would have been a
right?
Rose Bowl.
That-
I mean, how-
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Wow, that's wild that they wouldn't have had the numbers. So they needed to do the numbers. Now, I will say the next one that we are about to do, that one is so gorgeous.
It's beautiful.
That is from the Rose Bowl, from the greatest college football game of all time, USC versus Texas. Again, no timeouts. I think that one is beautiful.
Now, this isn't a specialty one for the Rose Bowl, right? Like,
no,
that's
the college
generic
football
one? Okay,
scorebook for the
gotcha,
whole
gotcha.
season.
That's the one that I remember, and that's the one essentially almost every single college football copy. Like, you remember the pay-per-view, you remember Versus, you remember like watching
Stay tuned.
football games on Versus.
Yep.
They essentially all copied this sort of thing. It
Yeah.
was great.
Nick, do you like this one?
I like it, but I don't like the placement, and this is where I understand why they moved it to the bottom, because you kind of lose it in the background.
Oh, so
Yeah, that's fair.
And yeah, because we will get to logos that are on the
But
bottom.
understand that this shot is not how they would usually shoot it. They would zoom in a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
this was
is-
setting up. This is right before the end of the game, so they're
Because
trying to
if-
paint
yeah.
the whole picture.
If I
before.
recall, this is where they pan the crowd and then come down.
Yeah. All right.
Stibbs also adds, do we need the possession arrow in football? It's pretty obvious. I agree, but then there's also random times too, especially in different sports now, that possession will change quickly and you're like, oh.
I like the possession
I
arrow.
also love the possession arrow for the quick turnover, because when they get
Oh,
an
yeah.
interception, yep, you get it flipped over. It's the
Matthew
best.
says high def drool emoji. Yeah, thank God we're going to have a lot more high def than we have had so far with ABC, because this is the last ABC only, because in the future, following the next season in 06, ESPN graphics are ABC graphics.
Yes,
Which,
right.
in my opinion, sucks. Go
Yep.
back to ABC, college football on ABC. Nick, what was your favorite of the 4 ABC ones?
Probably the last one.
You like that one the most?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was my favorite. I love that so much. Let's get to the Big 10 network.
Interesting.
First one, it takes up a lot of space.
And at the top, too. That's the most interesting part for me, because I don't hate it as much, but I hate the fact that there's a gap at the top.
Yes,
That's
me too.
so weird.
So I like...
It's like it when you do ad block on a website, so it's just empty space.
So
it's very confusing, yeah.
As you know, I didn't grow up watching football. I grew up watching NASCAR, right?
Mm-hmm.
And NASCAR, they used to have their score thing at the top. It would be a scroll of all the drivers, but it was right at the very top, like butted against. There was never any
There's never
empty
any
space.
empty space. Yeah.
So I'm actually more inclined to like this at the top, just because that's what I grew up with.
Interesting. That a graphic like this was going to show up a little bit later on.
Mm-hmm.
So that was BTN's first one in 2007 and 2008. In 2009, it was no longer all over the top of the screen. So they took a lot of the space away. So you see a lot more. Much more simplistic, though.
Yeah, and I don't like this because, one, I would rather see, like, we can either spell out Michigan or we can use logos or something like that, but just it looks too cramped, it's too tight, and it's awkwardly placed. It's not even up in the corner. It's like a third of the way into the screen.
And this was because in this era still, people didn't all have widescreens, and so they had to make sure that it would fit in the 4x3, whereas eventually they just stopped caring about that because on cable
Which
they would just
sucks because I'm sure it looked way better on a 4x3 than it did. I mean, it obviously
in terms
better.
of with the placement of it, and that's why I like this one. So now we are into this is 2010.
Now I hate to say this, but again, the gap at the top is weird, but I'm actually really liking it at the top because one of my biggest gripes in life is that you can never see the bottom receiver when a score bug covers them up.
That's a great, that's a good point.
You know, funny enough, this Iowa bottom receiver, number 24 Iowa.
You're able to see him. I'm pretty sure this is 2010, and I'm pretty sure Minnesota wins this game. So
good for them.
Suck on that, Nick. Rip. The choice that Mr. Mac and Cheese or Mrs. Mac and Cheese face used for these graphics, like Nebraska's going to make some appearances in here, and I'm like, whoa, sad and pain.
Oh, no. Groin kicky?
Yes. Baymon says the gap is triggering my OCD. Full question: does the gap trigger your OCD?
The problem with the way they designed this is it would look weird, I think, if they did butt it up all the way, because they did the weird like trapezoid situation.
Yeah, they both
instead of squaring it off.
Also, just a quick update: we did get a Michael Severe follow.
Hell yeah!
He's team follow back.
Now you can
Appreciate
DM
that.
him.
I am follower 1050 of the Michael Severe train.
Wow, that's a lot of followers.
I feel pretty good about that.
We moved to 2011 and 2012, which was when I started working for the Big Ten Network. I like this one because it has timeouts now. It has all of the things you need. Doesn't take up a ton of space. I think it looks very clean. I think this is a good score bug.
I also like this from Alex Hammocky. Bottom receiver is going to get covered up by Nebraska severe weather scrolls anyways.
Oh, that's a
great.
Good point.
I do like this bug because this is the one that I started to get more comfortable with, and I did like it. What I don't like, and this isn't a score bug problem, is the one on the right when they started to try to include hashtags.
Horrible.
Early days of Twitter were tough.
Yeah, there are still some people who, anytime they tweet about sports, still do hashtags, and I'm like, you don't have to do that. Also, who participates in sports by searching I mean, like, if I want to search something, I just search Huskers.
Well,
you don't need the hashtag.
SEO. You wouldn't understand. You're an AM radio boy.
Hey, I do writing sometimes. I don't even know what SEO means, but I know it's important.
Search engine optimization.
There we go. Now I know what it means. And finally, we move to a god-awful one, 2016.
Wrong.
Yuck. And so this is the last year.
And this is where spelling out the entirety of the team is too much.
It's too blocky.
Yep.
And so after this, and we'll get to Fox later, BTN just starts using all of Fox's graphics. And so kind of like ABC, BTN only stuff goes completely away and everything looks the same. Let's finish up now with some CBS slides. Nick, I guess you didn't, we don't have to do this every time, but any BTN ones did you care for?
I liked the first one.
You like the OG.
I like the OG.
That was funny. Appalachian State beat Michigan.
I just wish it was more farther up the screen.
Yeah, you wish it went all the way.
Yeah, I don't mind that it wrapped the entire way off that top.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't feel like it's taking up that much space.
We go to the CBS in 2000. This is,
there's a lot happening.
It's huge.
Yeah.
It's this huge graphic.
You could have convinced me that's a part of the field. It's that big.
That
it's
does
so
look
big.
Like it's very much tower.
It's like a ship has landed and is going to take them up to space.
Oh God!
It got better. I think it actually got better here.
Barely.
I actually like it.
Did
but this is a classic case of CBS trying to put every single thing they can on the graphic, but not understanding that you could take away parts of it as well.
Correct. So that was 2001. This one is 2001. And then
this
it goes.
is where we start to get.
See, no, this is what I was wondering. Is
Yep.
this when you? Is this the one?
We're getting close, but this is getting very
I
close.
love this
I
CBS
like this one a
graphic.
lot.
It is so clean.
It
It
is.
does not have timeout. Again, all the early graphics don't have timeouts, which is something that I am a big fan of. I like having timeouts. I think
And
this
also-
graphic is clean as hell, man.
Now, I don't know if either of these teams would be ranked between Alabama and Arkansas. My guess is one of them would be, but no rankings on this one either.
Oh, that's a good point.
They did a really good job of making it simplistic, but not boring. You know, like they did a little like background stuff, and that's like a little light guy, I'm sure, that just kind of
A little light guy.
wub.
Yeah, that's so this is 02 to 05. We moved to 06 and 07.
This is where we're getting. This is my favorite.
This is
a
my
favorite. Yep.
CBS, man, CBS is a good look.
Yeah, they're good.
Or at least it was.
I feel like I've watched 100 Tim Tebow and Cam Newton highlights.
Exactly.
With
This is the Tim Tebow one.
Yep.
And speaking of that, and so now
This is also a good one.
yeah, now, but there's a lot of space. Nick, what do you
Lot
think
of
of
space.
all the space up top and below?
I hate it. Make it more flush with the top.
Yeah, Stib says, OMG, I hated this one, though. He might be.
Is he talking about the last one? Or,
I don't know.
or-
Yeah.
You're talking about Alabama LSU?
yeah.
Stibbs?
I like. So, yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's just kind of odd.
Also, look at this. This is a really bad look. 3rd and inches. Look how scrunched that is in the top there.
That's not very good. They changed up a little bit. And so
I don't mind this one.
I don't either. And so now they start incorporating down and distance onto the field. Which
Still no timeouts on there, though.
Still, no.
Wow.
They're there. You just got to go really close.
Hold on. I'm about to take this.
Yeah, there's like tiny little yellow things up top there.
Yeah,
I'm
good for them.
finding that I'm liking them a lot more. Like, can you go back to that last CBS one?
This one?
Yeah. I like that it takes up the whole thing, but then it kind of fades out and there's like a transparency and a gradient.
I liked that too.
I feel like it really does a good job of grounding it, but then you go to that one and it just feels floaty again.
It is
Yeah,
very floaty.
very floaty.
Very floaty. Now, and see, look, it's the play right before the kick six. I'm always going to like this graphic, I think, because I have an association with the kick six.
But again, it has everything that you would want. It's got time, it's got quarter, timeouts, rankings,
Score.
The logos.
And you also have
Logos. Thank you, Nick.
Yep.
Yes.
And you have down and distance as well.
I love score bugs that have logos. I think that is super
I do
important.
too.
I agree.
100%.
But there's a caveat to that.
Oh.
Too big of a logo is too much.
Well, and we'll get to Fox
Yes.
later. This is 2013 to 2015. And then it goes, now they move to the bottom.
Boo.
And see, now we're entering the flat era where it is less dimension, less, it's just, everything is just,
But do you see the big inclusion on this one?
this one has timeouts, records.
And it
right?
also has the play clock.
Oh, which is
That's
very
a
valuable.
big one, yes.
That is, we love the play clock.
I didn't
don't we,
realize a
folks?
lot of those past ones didn't have a play clock.
Yeah.
Although I think they would appear and just do the 5, 4, 3 countdown.
Correct,
So,
and then
yeah.
it would go away
I
at the very end of it.
I didn't realize the records took so long to show up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
It
that's a
interesting.
good
feels
point.
like a thing you would want to include all the time.
Yeah, so
this is my favorite timeout orientation, however. It's the
Very
easiest
good.
to see.
It's so good. It's very easy to see. This is 2016 to 2020, and then it changed just slightly.
I don't like this.
I don't either.
Yep.
This was 21 to 23. I don't think that one is very good.
This
But
feels
dude,
more like the video game.
It does. Some of these really start becoming video games.
Yeah.
I do not like
Nope.
the current one.
Because then we're adding too many dimension to this too.
Yeah.
And then this is where I agree with Stibbs on this. Like highlighting who has the ball in this situation just adds one little extra layer to the graphic I don't like.
Yeah. Yes, I would agree. So I liked the ones where it was just like an arrow that
Mhm.
pointed at
Yep.
it, but then it got just a little
See,
convoluted.
I actually prefer the little light thing because I feel like it's a little more subtle than just an arrow.
You
You
like-
just see it's like lit up and you're like, okay, they have the
so you
ball.
like this one more
I do.
than
I do.
Yeah.
yeah. And that was the last one from CBS. Then that took way longer than I expected. And so do we just do another segment where we keep looking at the scoreboard
I love score bugs.
for
Yeah,
the
this is-
rest
wait,
of the show?
Is
This is a
it
fun
score
segment.
bug season?
It is. We're getting really close to seeing new score bugs. I would love to know what people in their vehicles thought of that segment.
Let's do a part 2.
Yeah, all right. Well, Nick, I have 4 slideshows.
Oh,
So I have many slideshows. Yeah, Stib says in all caps, yes. All right.
absolutely.
Perfect. All right. So we'll do some of the other ones when we return. It is a Dumb Debates Wednesday, so get into your Dumb Debates. I'm happy because I thought maybe we could do this for Dumb Debates, but given we have like 60 score bugs to go through,
We do.
it would have been the whole segment. It would have just been dudes talking score bugs. Dudes can literally just sit around talking about score bugs.
They could.
God, I do.
That
love
might
score
be
bugs.
my bachelor party. I might just do that and just be like, hey, listen.
You're
we're gonna-
engaged?
No.
Oh,
Thanks.
interesting. I just was asking.
I know someone that is, though.
It's me.
It's Nick.
It's Nick
I'm
Graham.
engaged.
But I think I will do this for my bachelor party, which won't be joined.
Try to find Nick's
Girls
email
can't talk
address.
score bugs.
Girls can't?
To be fair,
No.
I don't think any of
Whoa.
my
Put that in a quote.
I don't know if any of my groomsmen have score bug takes.
That's tough, Nick. You got to find yourself some better friends.
Jope in chat says score bugs day.
I like that, Joe. Thank you.
Nice.
Andy, dog days of summer. Do the score bugs of other sports.
I can tell you about the Formula One timing tower.
Nope, I'm already over it.
Wow. And Keena says, wow. She is a woman.
Well.
She probably has takes.
She probably does.
I bet Keena has a
Keena,
lot of score
And
bugs.
you're like, get in the kitchen,
No,
Keena,
I
and
never
make me
said
a
that.
damn sandwich.
I never said that, Keena. I take back everything.
No, he just implied it, which is a little worse.
He basically just said that women are like Nebraska's atmosphere. They need to be better.
See,
No,
Keena, he's
that's
too scared to
incorrect.
say it to your face, so he has to be passive aggressive about it.
Yeah,
Keena,
that's
I
tough.
believe I want to hear your score bug takes, and I can't wait to hear more about them.
Happer says, I am in my vehicle, and I did not like that segment. Happer, you don't like takes, though.
Yeah.
That's
Happer,
tough.
can you give us a review of that from your car via TikTok?
Actually do that.
Actually, that's an amazing idea. Hey, I'm sitting in my car, and they did a score bug take.
Put it on Twitter and tag us.
All right.
I can't break through the score bug glass ceiling.
All right, we will come back. We got the Dumb Debate segment coming up at the end of the hour. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson, and Nick Grimm with you. And a reminder that 1620 The Zone is teaming up with the Salvation Army and their annual 7 back-to-school backpack program. Summer might be heating up, but back-to-school season is just ahead because school starts on August 1st now. I'm leaving the copy points for just a second. The program is focused on giving children in need the tools to succeed for a brighter future. It is successful because of the community's involvement year after year. The school supplies that are needed, backpacks, rulers, notebooks, erasers, you know the drill. Find more details at 1620thezone.com on how and where you can donate. What was that, Nick?
You said you know the drill. They're making kids buy drills
Nick,
for school now?
no, that is not what I said. Some responses to our segment that we just finished.
Response.
Bill writes, I have an opinion. I like scorebug talk as much as the next sports degenerate, but I have to say, it doesn't make for the best car driving radio. Wow.
That is fair. Connor Happer had that same take too.
Wow.
Make a TikTok about it and tweet it at us.
We will only acknowledge you in TikToks now moving forward. So what do we do? Are we powering through?
Do we power through?
Nick,
I think one more.
One more? Okay. Well,
I
did
one more segment?
I did all that work and now
Hey, sometimes that's what happens. That's the pain of our job, Josh.
It is. That's true. All right, we'll go with ESPN and NBC because I want Nick to see the goofy ass NBC one.
I like goofy ass things.
How good of John Bishop play-by-play can we do on these score bugs to help the listeners at home?
That's true. We can do better as well. Happer, pay attention.
This is an ESPN2 graphic from an Arkansas-Kentucky game back in
2000.
And the score 21-7 in gray text box to the right of the darker gray text box on the left where the Ark and Uck are playing.
I think you did a really good job.
I love the Ark and Uck.
The Ark and Uck.
Alex writes, me no like ovalish ESPN.
I don't either.
This was a one that I don't really like. And
Yeah, it's too gray.
At the very end of the 90s, the ESPN one looked very similar to what the ABC one did, but then they did change it. Now, Jordan does say it. This one is totally nostalgic. I love it.
Okay.
There is some nostalgia. We do love nostalgia, don't we, folks?
Mm-hmm. This is a great one.
Now
I like this one better.
Now, this is when I feel like a kid.
This
It's
is
basically
ESPN.
black and white. Oh, you're going to do it again?
Yes, all black, ESPN slanted italics in the left corner. Over to the right, second in bold Times New Roman. We've got BC, 13th ranked on the left.
Boston College, I don't believe it.
We've got VT, third ranked.
Whoa!
Below it. And then in white boxes to the right of the school's initials, we have the score. And then the time below the second quarter and a white bar with a red bar underneath it in black lettering saying third in inches.
That is excellent. That's
Good job.
0406. Wow. Also, how old is this game? That Boston College is 13th and Virginia Tech is 3rd.
This is a Matt Ryan year.
Those
correct?
days are over.
2008?
No, this is either 04 to 06. So they must have had a random good year in there.
Good for them.
Speaking of 08, we move to the next one, which was 07 to 09. What do you think about this one, Austin? And look at the game!
Why did you pick this game?
Monster chose! Nick, this game, if we were doing the Chronicles...
Jared Crick, you're running the wrong way.
About the boat. Yes, he is running the wrong way.
Matt O'Hanlon's down there somewhere.
Nick, if we did the Chronicles for the Bo era, this one would rank very, very high.
Yeah?
Baymon just writes JFC. Joseph says, oh, no.
So this
D'Lo,
wasn't a very...
Matt, get back in coverage. Happer, you should love this segment. You want Matt O'Hanlon to redacted.
So this wasn't a very good game for Nebraska, huh?
I didn't pick this game, Baymon.
I know.
The perfect person on Reddit did.
What's so wrong with this? There's
Mustache
only 20...
Adam, insert the 1,000-yard stare meme.
I don't understand because there's only 30 seconds left and Nebraska's up by 5.
There's no way they could lose this game.
And it's
right?
3rd and goal from the 11.
Look at that. They pushed them back.
Their defense is one of the best of all time. They'll have a Heisman Trophy finalist on this team.
Wow.
This score bug is really, really cool, but
like it?
does remind me of like a very specific type of Motorola flip phone.
Yes, it looks like a razor, but in scorebug form.
Not even like a razor. It was like a tactical flip phone that Motorola or somebody had where it was like they made it was like plastic carbon fiber with like that shade of like red because that was very much like a late 2000s kind of vibe.
Also, not to deviate from our scorebug talk, but the bottom scroll, this is the most elite bottom scroll.
Wait, the next one is because it combines everything.
Okay.
I would say this, the light gray at the top, did they used to put crap up there like sponsors? Like, this is Rivalry Weekend presented by
steak.
Yes, by steak.
I love
Yes, it would.
steak.
But then remember, it would also put up there and be like,
If you're looking for UCLA, Oregon, that game is now at ESPN News.
It was always on ESPN News. All right. We are about, in my opinion, to get to the elite of the elite ESPN one. Not this one, though. The nostalgia.
how dare you lead up?
Not this one. Also,
What a tease.
great game choice for this one because it's Boise State and Virginia Tech.
You want to know from the uniforms.
which is one of my favorite games. I love this football
Kellen
game.
Moore game.
Kellen Moore game. Brent Musburger was on the call. Nick, this was the Monday. This was Labor Day night.
Was this a Tyrod Taylor game?
Tyrod Taylor. Let's see. Was he on the team in 2010? I think so. If not, yeah. Nah, maybe. I don't know. Somebody let us know in the chat, please.
I don't like this one.
You don't like this one.
No.
What about this
Yes,
one?
yep.
Look at that.
That's a great
Look
one.
at that. We got timeouts. We don't have logos, but we have everything else, and it's combined with what you said previously, Austin. Look at the bottom line. I love this look. It is so good.
This is what all scorebugs should shoot for today. Like, I mean, honestly, it's perfect. It doesn't have
Look at the play clock. It's different color.
And
It's red.
it has the, okay, sorry, we got to do play-by-play. We've got ESPN, the gray and silver graphic on the left side. It takes up less than half of the screen. It's about 2/3 of the middle portion of your screen. In an orange text box, we have the 13th ranked Clemson Tigers with 3 timeouts and yellow coloring underneath, and a black and white 3 to the right side and a black box white number. Now, you have the maroon VA Tech with their 11th ranking to the left side of the verbiage, and then the 3 timeouts below them. A white text box with black lettering, second, and then a large stick with 13:27 remaining in the quarter.
Nice.
6 seconds ticking away on a red text box with white lettering on the play clock, and then in a black text box with white lettering, second and 1.
That's called a stick?
I don't know.
Okay. I've never known what to call it that. Now, D'Lo brings up a great point, which is why this era of sports coverage was kind of weird. He says ESPN and ESPN2. So no matter what channel the game was on, the scorebug always said ESPN.
ESPN, yep.
Even though it's on ESPN2, which does look kind of goofy
And
there.
Dave also adds in on chat the triangle to show that Virginia Tech has the ball.
I love this one.
It's perfect. And again, the triangle would just move to one side.
So
It was
much
perfect.
nostalgia. This was 11-14. Now we're going to start getting into an era. Like, I think this one, speaking of Hong Kong, they love this topic.
Is that what they're trying to tell us?
Oh, now it's a nope.
Whoops,
wrong way.
Whoop.
Wrong way. Yep.
1620, the broken window.
I think the first playoff score bug that then they just started using all the time starting in 2015, like the shape, maybe not my favorite, but it has logos, it has timeouts, it has who has the ball, it has rankings, it has color, the font has changed, it has everything. I don't know if I love the bottom line, but
I'm always indifferent about this one, but it is like the start of the college football playoff era, and I'm always like okay with that. So I'm fine with it. And also, it's out of the way. Like, if you're going to be...
It is way out of the way.
If you're going to be very designy and do a lot of other stuff with it, just be out of the way and be over to the right.
Yeah. And so then, as we said, they started updating it for the playoffs. So
this is a playoff exclusive.
This is just a playoff one. This
Yes,
is 2016 to 2018. I don't like it because I don't like the font. I think the font is ugly.
Yeah, slanted font is a bit... So we've got italics on this one, folks, in case you're listening in your car, Connor.
Yeah, thank you, Connor, for listening, though. We appreciate you. Let's see. Now we are into, this is 2018 and 2019.
So a lower rectangle in the bottom third right corner. We've got the team graphics and logos on side-by-sides with the italicized. I hate
don't
this.
like the italicized, man.
Dave ads don't need the team logos in this one.
I like team logos.
But if you imagine those blank spaces without the team logo, it looks so...
It's way too blank. It's too many blank spaces, which is a song.
Taylor Swift.
Nobody knew that, though, until I told them.
My biggest issue with this is it's not the score bug itself, it's the scroll. It's too big.
Dude, the ESPN bottom line has gotten so busy.
And like
because it's like multiple components of a bottom line.
And like the way the football is on the right, right under the score bug, where it is that graphic, it draws away from the score bug itself. Like they intentionally want you, I mean, I'm sure they did this on purpose. They want you to look at their stuff and what they're promoting more than the game that's on the field.
Yeah, and we're in that era where that's what they started doing. I do not miss this college football playoff score bug from a few years ago.
I like this one.
I think it's just, I don't know, it's just too loud, too busy.
Really?
In my opinion, it is.
That doesn't feel too busy at all.
And then we're to the current one, which it's fine. Like ESPN, I don't know. I don't like the bottom line anymore. Now that I'm seeing this, I'm reminded that I don't like the bottom line.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah, it's just it's way too much. All right, I'm pretty sure, Nick, the next one that I'm about to show you is going to be NBC. And it is going to be an NBC one that I think is the worst
score bug of every score bug that we have on the entire list.
Of all time?
I think so.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's this year's
Oh.
playoff.
Oh, you've done that twice
Damn
now.
it, I apologize.
I'm fine with this one, by the way.
I like the playoff.
I like this one a lot.
I would like it if they used this
And
all the time.
also, it's unique. It's good for the playoff. I'm fine with that.
I actually wish that they would make this the full-time one. All right, now I'm pretty sure it's the NBC one. Look at that
That's
monstrosity.
oh my god,
It's
what
the
is
dumbest
that?
crap. Nick said, what about vertical score bugs? Well, they heard you, Nick, and they said, we would love to give you one.
That's so bad.
This is what
So
NBC had in 2003.
And they shortened Navy to NVY,
It
and then
looks like
Notre
it
Dame
says
was
N-
ND.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah,
I hate, but Nick, like, this is the worst in my opinion.
Yeah, that's horrible.
The next one, also bad. I think this
Yeah.
one sucks.
That's way too generic.
It is so
I'm
gross.
okay with that one.
Okay, also, Dillo in chat, bottom line no longer needed. We have phones. I disagree. I love the bottom
You
line.
like the
I
bottom
think
line?
the bottom line is good if you're sticking with the sport that you're broadcasting.
Agreed.
So if I'm watching college football, I only want college football scores that are happening in this moment.
No
Or
women's basketball scores.
If I'm watching women's basketball,
Wow,
yes.
Nick. Jeez.
Yeah, like softball scores. You don't want those either.
If I'm watching softball, yes.
No women's tennis scores.
If
Nick?
I'm watching women's tennis, then yes.
Very, very interesting. Keena says, if only my
The
score bug
scorebug
was
was
a
a
right
right
angle. No, that one was so bad. See, but then NBC gets into the Sunday Night Football era,
Yep,
and
now they're doing it.
I absolutely
Yep.
love what it like. This one's not perfect because it's a little too pixelated,
Mhm.
but then
Good.
yes, oh, dude,
Although
I'm-
Pitt's a bit goofy because Pitt's logo is also Pitt again.
so it just says Pit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
A
But
bad
their name
example,
says
bad example.
NBND.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, I miss like this look for NBC. I thought it was so good and so
Mhm.
clean and so fun.
Devin Gardner game.
Joe says, wow, bad look for Nick. Yeah. What other women's sports scores don't you want to see? Nick? Yikes.
I want to see them if I'm watching women's sports.
Yeah, see, now we're diverting away from Christ here, Notre Dame. We got to get back to our regular old scorebook. That one was better. This one's not.
Yeah, it's not. And then,
No.
yeah, I don't like the current one. All right.
This one has the potential to be good, though. The
Yeah?
current NBC one, I think, has the potential, but I just don't think that they know what to do with it next, and I think they'll just scrap it entirely and do something different.
This one doesn't bother me that much.
Yeah?
I like this one a lot, actually.
But once you've seen a great score bug and they take it away from you, then you get upset. You
Yeah,
get mad.
that's
Yeah.
true. All right. So there you go.
Now
We-
score bug talk.
so we won't do the other ones today.
Oh,
We
nice.
won't do the other ones today.
We'll wait till Connor Happer's back in the car.
Donnie in Missouri writes,
Hi,
I
Donnie.
look forward to the next segment when you guys tell us what things smell like.
Tina
That's a great
Can't wait.
idea. That's a great idea. All right. Thank you for those of you who are listening in your cars.
says Notre Dame wants a cross-shaped score bug.
Well, I mean, seriously, it did kind of look that way.
That's incredible.
Dude, that one was so bad. Just absolutely. Is it this one? Yeah, here it is. One more time.
Mhm.
Look at
I
that
just-
trash.
Who?
Garbage.
Terrible.
I remember watching a Notre Dame game at my grandparents' house in Fremont, just hating that thing to death. It's so bad.
That's awesome.
All right, so there
What a
you
great
go.
memory
That's
for you.
talking score bugs. It
Talking
really
score
is. All right, we still have dumb debates coming up.
Indeed.
We never got to the quarterback tiers thing. Gosh, this is now the point of the show where it's like we're running out of time.
Good thing we'll be back tomorrow.
Good thing we'll be back tomorrow. Let's get to some actual college football news.
Okay,
I'm
when
in.
we return, and we'll save some stuff for tomorrow. So we'll do that when we return. We have dumb debates. Keep getting in those questions, and we will answer them a little bit later on. Also, Happer has sent a video, so we can watch that as well.
Oh.
We will do all those things coming up on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson, and Nick Grimm with you on this Wednesday. We will get to an actual college football topic in a moment. But first, Connor Happer has responded.
Oh, no.
And we have video of his opinion.
Hello, Connor.
Let's see what Connor Happer had to say about our last segments.
Hey, guys, it's me. I just am stopped at a stoplight for probably the next 8 seconds. Well, the light's turning green, so... I cannot give you any more takes, but that segment sucked.
All right. There you go. So that's Connor Happer.
Thank you, Happer.
Of the
incredible.
Connor Happer Show.
Thank you, Happer.
He wasn't wearing sunglasses, though.
I don't think he was wearing a seatbelt either. That's not very safe.
Is that what that ding? Let's.
Hey, guys, it's me.
What's going on? Does he need gas?
Oh, what if his oil needs changed?
Does he need gas?
It maybe has low tire. Let me guess. What car problems does Happer have?
Maybe it's just the carbon monoxide alarm.
Wow. Jeez. You don't think he checks those?
That goes off sometimes.
In his car?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
All right, so there you go.
Serious college football talk time.
Yes. So, and Nick, I apologize, but this is about the college football playoff. Sources, according to Brett McMurphy, Big Ten refuses college football playoff compromise without SEC schedule change. Not a surprise, I don't think.
Yep.
But as McMurphy writes, the Big Ten will not back off its preferred college football playoff format, guaranteeing the league 4 automatic qualifiers unless the SEC decides to add a 9th conference game, according to sources that told that to On3. One of the sources said there's no way Tone Petitti, as we call him.
Tone Petitti.
There's no way Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti moves off of 4AQs, the source said. With the Big Ten continuing to support the 4AQ format and with the SEC unlikely to add a 9th conference game, the 12-team playoff will likely continue for the 2026 season. We're staying at 12 teams in 2026 unless something moves, a source said. Surprised? You don't seem surprised by this.
No, I'm not surprised at all. It feels like, and I've been using the phrase for this for the past couple of days, that it's like a Big Ten and SEC Cold War is what it feels like. It's an arms race, and who has the ability to be able to pick up more of what you want either on your side of the argument or however you can belittle the opposite side, right? So the Big Ten's biggest weapon in their arsenal right now is that the SEC is not playing 9 conference games.
Yeah.
And that's what they're going to use until the end of time, or they get where they want to be in that, right?
Yes.
And so when it comes to the SEC side, they basically just say, well, we own the sport. Whether they do or not, it doesn't matter. But in the court of complete public opinion, and because they have the loudest brand that's able to shout their name from the mountaintops and ESPN right behind them, the SEC has that in spades over the Big Ten. So they can just say, well, listen, we're the biggest brand and everyone agrees with us because we say it louder than anyone else. So I don't know how this like ends up and who, gets the upper hand on either side. But if you ask me, I think that the SEC will always end up winning these type of arguments and conversations because they have been over the past 2 decades.
Well, and I mean, the thing right now is that they have everybody else on their side.
Yes.
They have the ACC, they have the Big 12 that are on their side, while the SEC, it seemed like they were on the Big Ten side on this for a long time. And I don't know for sure. So I've read, I've mentioned this a couple times, and this is not a brag, but I've been reading Bill Connolly's new college football book that's going to come out in a couple of months, and I'm almost finished. And I think he had to send it in like late April. So this is only, it's pretty much fresh off the presses, right? And so inside of it, he wrote about the college football playoff, and sadly, he's like, and I don't know what happened because, this thing went to press before we knew. But he mentions in there that the Big Ten and the SEC together are pushing towards this 4AQ model, which is just so interesting because they have done a great job. Like, I know that it was Petitti, that it was Tone's original idea, but they have done a really good job at saying, whoa, we don't want to do this.
Yep.
The most likely thing seems to be that we are going to get to 2026, and it is going to be the same format that we have had,
right?
Last year and then this year, though it's slightly altered for 2025, which I like. I'm actually, if we stayed at 12 teams forever for the rest of the time, I would say sign me up. I'd sign up for it.
My biggest argument, and I understand that 16 teams, people want to see more TV. There's more television rights, all that sort of stuff. You get an extra game. Oh, that's great. I'm all for it. In terms of college football, the sport that I love, it's my favorite sport. I love football. College football stands above professional football in my eyes in all.
Because you're a Panthers fan, it makes sense.
Exactly. Yeah. What else am I supposed to cheer for? Thanks, Matt Rule. Anyway.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to take
No, you're totally fine. Anyway, are there really 16 teams in every single college football season that could win a national championship? Because that's what we're deciding, right? When we get to a college football playoff, I don't you couldn't even do 12 teams, to be honest. Like there were easily 4 teams last year. There were more than 4 teams last year that could not have won a national
Well,
championship.
and that's why, like the playoff, I'm okay with teams being in there that have no shot. Like I am okay with being,
Well, I guess to counter my own argument, right? It's like in the NCAA basketball tournament.
Correct.
There's not 68 teams that can win the national championship.
And so, like, I am fine with that type of stuff, but I know that I view things through a little bit of a different lens with college football. Like, I want the sport to be more inclusive. I want there to be opportunities. Like, I like the idea a college basketball season begins. On paper, every team that plays has a chance to win the national championship because they all realistically have a shot to get to the dance. And that's all you got to do. And once you got there, like, will they? No. How many teams can actually win a college basketball championship? I don't know. It's definitely bigger than, nice. It's definitely bigger than college football's number, but it's also not 300 and whatever teams there are. But in college football, it's a much smaller number. But I'm okay with a playoff that is a bit more inclusive.
Okay, so
because that makes the regular season more inclusive, which is good.
But if you're more inclusive, are you more inclusive on the amount of teams that can get in or the specific area of teams that can get in? Because in the SEC model that they want to get to, what it would end up being is that it's not inclusivity for all of college football. It's that the SEC becomes more exclusive to college football playoff because they feel that they can make better arguments because their brand is better.
Correct. I am okay with, well, honestly, like, did you ever read Debt to the BCS by Dan Wetzel, Jeff Passan, and others? Did you read that book? It came out in like 2010-ish.
Okay.
Well, and so this was a different era of the sport right there. I believe we're like 10 or 11 conferences. His idea was 10 conference champs and 6 wild cards, which like people would hate that because you're including a lot of dreck, for lack of a better word, that are conference champs.
What's crazy too is that the SEC, as consistent as this message has almost felt like from the SEC, especially when Sankey opened up his comments on Monday. That was interesting, or Monday or Sunday, whenever it had opened up and he was talking about it. I thought it was very interesting that we haven't heard a consistent message from all the coaches. The coaches of the SEC have actually been a little bit more disparaging about different models that they think might work. The 5-11 one, we've heard from Beamer because he feels that there were 7 SEC teams that could win.
They don't want the cap. They don't like the 4 model because it in theory, it's not even going to cap them. It's just that's the floor. But it's an issue is there are so many teams locked in that there are fewer wildcard spots. There'd be only 3.
The one that I completely agree with, actually, of all of them, is Lane Kiffin's. And Kiffin said this a long time ago, but he was like, why don't you just make all of them wild cards? Just make them all at large spots.
I don't like that.
I love it. I think it's fantastic.
So you're just give me the 16 best.
Yeah,
straight
because
16.
Then it's 1 through 16. There's no disparaging between that. You
That's
don't
what I've
have
always
to try.
wanted to.
You don't have to try to conform in any other way. And if you can say like, okay, there's 16 or there's 15 power 4 conference and 1 group of 5, I'm for that.
Yeah,
but
then why have conferences?
That's up to them to decide. I don't know.
Because that'd be my argument.
Well,
if you're going to do that, then what are the point of conferences?
Money, television.
Well, yeah,
agreements,
beyond that. But like in
stuff,
terms of the field of play, why would you have a conference?
We're beyond that conversation already, aren't we? I mean, the point.
Not yet.
The point of conferences right now is to
if you get a berth for winning your league, or you're not beyond conferences.
No, I mean
that's the carrot.
The whole point of conferences right now is stockpiling as many teams as you possibly can that have the biggest brand, so that way you can get them in.
It should also matter on the field, though. Like conferences should be important for the field of play. Just like why have divisions in football? Well, because if you win your division, you get a reward, and the reward is a playoff spot and a home game.
Yeah, but the national champion didn't even win their conference this year.
Sure. But I
so
think,
what point of the Big Ten did Ohio State benefit from this past year?
Well, I mean, they didn't benefit. They didn't need to, but
exactly.
Oregon benefited in theory because they won it and they got a specific bid. They got a specific seed.
But they played one college football playoff game and lost.
See, but like, and Clemson, I guess technically they would have been in the top 16, and so maybe in the end we'd get the same teams anyway. But I liked that game for them was do or die, and like they needed to win it to make it to the college football playoff. Like I like that about the sport.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I don't know if maybe it's just like if you frame it in a different way, right? And you're just like, I don't even want to say this because it sounds ridiculous, but if they start to be like, well, it's the college football playoff begins in this round, but this is like the elimination round. These are the games to get you into the college football playoff,
playing game.
Much like a playing game.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's like a different framing where it's like, well, you can play your way in, but you can then be picked to go into this sort of, so you have the AQs on one side and then the at-larges at another, and then they can figure out the math and all that other stuff the other way. Maybe it's a different frame of reference that you need to do it to confuse the masses, but the powers that be.
So you're a 1 to 16 guy, Nick.
I am.
Wow. Learn something new every year.
I had said this earlier today too, but I do think that there was something so unique about every year in the BCS and the early stages of the college football playoff when it was just at 4 that every single argument we'd hear almost every summer was who is the non-power conference school to get going, right? And it was always like, can TCU make this before they were in the Big 12? Can Boise State make a run? Like, who's going to be Northern Illinois? Who's going to be that team that has a possibility to break through? We got Cincinnati one season before they were in the Big 12 as well. When now the conversation, and you use the word in, being inclusive for this, it's no longer about giving an opportunity to, the lesser team, lesser program,
Group of 5,
right, to be able to
teams.
get up and compete for national championship. It's about how many teams can we put out from 1 or 2 conferences in here because of brand appeal.
Mickey says conferences are for close geographic rivalries, of course. Yeah, those days I miss those days.
Yep.
Make conferences geographic again. That would be a fun goal. All
All
right.
I still think that they should just stick to just strictly football for these conferences that they have today, and then just go all other sports.
That showed up in Bill's book where it's like, why don't you just do that? And then every other sport does normal things,
Nebraska volleyball would actually hate that, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's true. All right, when we come back, it is time for Dumb Debates.
Woo!
And if Austin hasn't triggered you enough, well, get ready for some of those. And we have a dumb debate from our great friend Ian that involves your aunt.
Oh,
stay tuned
interesting
for this one. We will have that when we return as the happy hour begins on this Wednesday, 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. It is time for Dumb Debates here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Josh Peterson and Austin Jacobson with you today. It is the time of the week where we turn over the questions to you. The great friends of the Grum. You send us questions with the hashtag crap. We do need hashtags in this world, don't we, Austin?
Yeah,
we do still.
Yeah.
And we answer them, and we unpack them, and we try to find common ground together. Like this from Dave Fight, Dumb Debates.
Hey, Dave.
Which is a more unadvisable take? Questioning the atmosphere in Memorial Stadium or questioning if a former 4-star tight end is washed.
Interesting.
So that one of those takes is yours, one of those takes is mine.
Are they talking about Nate Borkature?
No, they're not talking about Nate Borkature. Though I will say, when I had the take of, I have put to bed the thought on him ever being an all-conference player, he never was. So, I mean, shout out to good takes, because that was one of them.
I don't know if my take will ever get... I don't think it can be put into the good take quality because you can't prove it otherwise, right?
I mean, unless suddenly it was like, whoa, every atmosphere is the best I've ever seen.
There you go. But then I would be proven wrong, right? Because then they would just point at me and be like, "Ha, look what an idiot you could be."
Oh, well, that's a great point.
I can't win this take.
More unadvisable, I would say what I did. Now, I barely did anything. I didn't type anyone's name. I didn't tag anybody on Twitter. The person who tweeted at me had tweeted this person's name, and this person obviously searched their name on Twitter. That's how they saw it. But the more unadvisable take is always going to be saying anything about a player.
Yeah,
more than the stadium. Yep. Even if
I'd agree.
Yeah,
I'd agree.
Yeah, even if it's the fans that are causing it. Speaking of that, Jacob Padilla asks,
"Hi, Jacob.
What's the kind of take that isn't objectively wrong that will most trigger the Nebraska fan base?"
I'm thinking about this. Is it as simple as saying that the 97 national championship should have went to Michigan?
Whoa, holy God.
Is that it?
Why would you say such a thing?
But is that it?
Yeah, Lee Barfnag has still hated for that take.
Well, save that for super hot take market.
Oh, dang it.
Oh, that could have been your take on Tuesday. Man, I wish it was Tuesday just to see a sweat.
I know. I really sweat during the super hot
You
take
hate
market.
that
I
segment.
hate that segment.
Man, that's a good call. Yeah, if you say that...
Because it's not unequivocally wrong. It would just be an opinion, right?
You are unable to prove it correct or incorrect.
Yes.
And so that really makes people mad. Dave Fight says, Jesus, Austin. Jake says, this will trigger the fan base. Memorial Stadium is an absolute dump. Yeah, let's unpack this with some other things.
Yeah.
What about if it involves stadium stuff? I mean, you just did that.
Yeah.
Any stadium... See, but I don't think that will trigger everybody, because a lot of people are like, yeah, sign me up, that place sucks ass.
When you could have went the same route about like, oh, we don't need alcohol at Memorial Stadium.
The football, the product, that's what we need.
But I think people are so split on all that stuff that
Yeah.
it's like that poll question yesterday. People are really split. So trying to find the things that...
What is the kind of take that will most trigger the Nebraska fan base? And you want it to be like universal, right? Like
you need the most people upset as possible.
99%er, and nothing that like...
But it needs to be, how did he phrase it? That isn't objectively wrong. Yeah,
And
so you can't just troll. You can't just be like, Tommy Frazier, bad actually.
Right.
So, okay, along those lines, is there a quarterback or a player who everybody loved regardless of like how bad their stats might have been?
No, not really.
Is it easy to say now, be like, I think Scott Frost would be their best offensive coordinator? Like that's something? Is that as easy as it is?
No, because I think you'd still get a lot of people like, yeah, bring him back.
Yeah.
I like him.
Maybe.
Yeah, Nick, that one's hard because in the olden days when Nebraska was winning, the quarterbacks like didn't have great stats.
Yeah,
like it was more about go look at Eric Crouch's Heisman season stats. They suck. Honestly, you're like, that guy won the Heisman?
Yeah.
It wasn't very good.
So then you could say Eric Crouch was a bad quarterback.
Hey, you know what?
People wouldn't argue that though, because he wasn't even like picked to be a quarterback. He changed a receiver when he was in the NFL.
Okay, here are some. Stib says, tell him the team has been bad. Husker fans historically hate facts. Okay, that's a good one. They have sucked.
Yeah.
And if you say that, people still get kind of mad.
Yeah.
Jake writes,
hey, Jake.
Tom Osborne protected rapists and murderers and would have been fired the first time in today's coaching standards.
Holy cow.
Whoa.
Jake.
Whoa.
Glad you said that.
Yeah.
I couldn't have went through
Austin,
another week
you
of that.
read that sentence and let's clip it.
No.
And put the fun font on it. Tom Osborne protected. Let's see. Dave Fight. Tom Osborne, or this is more conspiracy theory, but Tom Osborne is responsible for the downfall of the program.
Ooh.
Do you think it could be like a brain drain situation where he just refused to
I think
give some of his knowledge to other
but
people?
I know, like my dad believes that. Like he actually does think so. Like he does.
I do
that's
too.
True.
He hired Frank.
Yeah. So I don't think that people would disagree.
But people, they do though. That is, you get very split on this one. My wife and I were actually talking about someone in our lives who My wife was debating about Tom Osborne before, and now this person was really upset by what she was saying.
What if it's Tom? Tom should have retired after the '95 national championship.
He should have.
Should have.
That's a wild take. That's a bad take. Why should he have retired after 95? They won in 97.
So that Frank Solich could have gotten a better pathway to a better start to his
No, then
tenure?
they wouldn't have won in 97. And then
It sounds like you're getting kind of upset about this.
But it's not a fact, Austin.
How do you know
Exactly.
How do you know they wouldn't have won in 97?
Because he was not as good of a coach as Tom Osborne.
How did I forget? I told you this one earlier. Bill Callahan just needed more time.
That's
the one.
That one's pretty.
I have one that's not related to triggering the Nebraska fan base.
Wait, one more real quick, Nick,
Okay.
from Jordan. The only reason Nebraska split in 97 was because of Tom. Now, that is a take that could piss people off and is probably true.
That actually is a good one.
If he was not retiring, the coaches do not give him a natty and Michigan wins both. That's a good one.
That is a good one. I like
that's
that.
That's a column idea.
You can't even prove it either other way.
You cannot prove it, but that I think that is, it's not factual, but there's some strong evidence behind that one. Michigan was number 1 going into the Orange Bowl, but then Scott Frost did some, speaking of tugging, he tugged on heartstrings, Austin.
Well-known great public speaker, Scott
At
Frost.
least it's amazing. That's the best speech he's ever given. It's like if he could have done that, when he was a coach.
Well,
maybe
he
they'd
wasn't
win
wearing a hoodie, so
more than 5 games in a year. All right, Nick, you have a dumb debates question, or do you have a
Dumb debates?
Okay,
Dumb debates.
So it came across my Twitter For You page.
Is this little picture I see down here?
Yes, it is.
Speaking of triggering.
So there's this artist on Twitter, I guess, who likes to combine animals, and then he'll write like a little write-up about them.
I don't like this.
Says, the hive tarantula enters a symbiotic bond with a swarm of wasps, allowing them to build a colony in its abdomen. The spider protects the queen and larvae, and the wasps feed it. This mutualistic unit of tarantula and wasp is extremely territorial.
Awesome. Why did you have to read those words?
Because that was part of this. So then my question is, what would be the worst 2 animals to combine? Like, you have wasp tarantula. That's
Wasp
terrifying.
tarantula.
So you're saying, but and they're actually going to come and try to kill us?
I mean, they just exist in nature. Like, even if this isn't trying to come and kill me, if this existed, I would hate it.
I'd say double wasp. That's probably pretty bad.
Double wasp.
Double wasp.
What about a shark tiger? Not a tiger shark, but a shark tiger. So it's like huge but fast and shark-like.
So the right answer to this is something that everyone deems as dangerous and or deadly, right?
Shark.
Or an annoyance, but you have to make it larger or impossible to avoid, right? So it should be wasp is a great pick because most people are terrified of wasps and they would cause you pain and damage. And so a large wasp would be terrible. So like an elephant wasp.
What about Dave says a grizzly mosquito?
Oh,
That's another
God.
great. That's another great.
That's a good
choice.
call. Yeah,
that
you got to
would
take
suck you dry.
a
Okay,
small
all right, Nick, calm down.
It's a big
Calm down.
mosquito.
bonk. Yeah, that's a good call. Like a tarantula, but a big tarantula.
Yeah.
A tarantula hippopotamus.
Yeah.
What about like
That
a
would
A
suck.
giraffe-rutula.
A giraffula.
giraffitula? What about like
A bumble bear.
a hawk snake?
Bumble bear.
A hawk snake.
It's a flying snake that could like just come and swoop at you. It's
Yeah.
got a beak.
Actually, I hate that. I hate that. Yep. I'm right there with you. That'd be terrible.
Zach says grizzly and silverback.
Baymon says
I mean, that's
snake
basically
clowns.
the same size, though, isn't
Snake
it?
clowns.
The snake wasp is the only right answer. I agree there.
Hmm.
Jordan also says phrasing, Nick.
Yeah, thank you. I'm making a graphic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is,
I'll fill your time. Peter.
What does Peter say?
He has hashtag dumb debates.
Oh, thank you, Peter.
When is the correct time to fill up your gas tank?
Oh, I just did this the other day.
I am always at half. When it gets a little under half, I go right back. I fill it up.
Dude, shout out to you. That is amazing.
I try my best. I try.
So
now, obviously, like road trips and stuff, I'm not pulling over to the side of the road every single time it gets under half. But if I'm cruising around town, as soon as I see half, that's when I'm like, okay, next time I see like not the next gas station, but the next time I'm making a trip, I'm going to fill up my tank.
What you're supposed to do is not let your gas tank get under a quarter, because the some cars that could really mess up your fuel pump, especially if you keep doing it. That being said, sometimes I'm poor, so I just have to
Fair.
ride it out as much as I can.
Good point.
I've gotten down to the gas light more times than I'd like to, but you're not supposed to go under a quarter if you can help it.
I filled mine up with 5 miles left in my tank the other day. I do that way too often. I know it's not what you're supposed to do, but mainly it's laziness, because when I go home, I just want to go home and hang out with Banks, and then I'm like,
Wow.
I'll just get to it the next day.
What would the person who invented your car think about you doing that?
Well, he put a bullet in his
Joe
brain.
Ford?
No.
He drives a Volkswagen.
Over. Hits.
Designated Hitler. We have this one from Ian. I don't know. Do you want to get your door one?
Just a second.
Okay.
I wanted to read a couple more comments.
Yeah, you got it.
Jeremy, is it the one about an ant?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, Severe along those lines says, I didn't know you were one of those that doesn't use the U in the word ant, and you say ant like the insects. I didn't know that.
Aunt.
Yeah, I don't say aunt. Jeremy, going back to Husker takes, this could have just been a topic. Husker takes that would piss off the most people. Jeremy says, John Cook underachieved relative to the talent he brought in.
Ooh, this is actually a Dr. Girlfriend.
How do
That's
we
a Dr.
feel
Girlfriend take.
about that one?
I don't agree with that because the talent level in college volleyball is significantly rose. It wasn't just Nebraska had great teams, yes, but they also faced a lot of very, very great teams too. So obviously it would be great to have more national championships for the legendary John Cook. There were certain times that the teams definitely underperformed, including last season. But I don't know if I agree with that just because when you look across like college football, the national championships that Nick Saban lost, he obviously won more national championships than John Cook won, but the ones that he lost were to very uber talented and legendary teams. That's kind of how I see the conversation, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know enough about volleyball, but I kind of cautiously subscribe to this. But it's also really hard to win championships.
It is. Yes, it is. Yeah.
One more before we get to Ian's.
Yeah.
Chris says, when does an item fall under the retro category? What is the time frame? So this stems from a poll question that I put out last week. Is something from 2016 retro? Now, people were accusing me of being Matt McMaster and being a child. I'm not a child. Shout out to Matt, by the way, big fan of his work. This was more to trigger John because I was saying the Cubs World Series is like the Cowboys Super Bowl retro.
Yeah, it happened so long ago.
Yeah, I was a freshman in college when it happened. I watched it in a dorm room.
Retro.
Now, every time something like this comes up, I do think there are actual classifications. Like something's classic if it's 25 years old. I think is
okay. How about this?
Classic.
Hey, you're ready to play?
Yeah.
iPod Shuffle.
Oh God, I don't want to think about that being retro, but I think it might be.
I think it's retro. The Zune. Retro.
That's for
sure
retro.
And that's our childhood, right?
So when I went to Boston, we went to a Red Sox game and we went to the store that was attached there, and they had all sorts of retro clothing, right? Like 70 whatever World Series, 80 whatever. They had a 2004 Red Sox Yankees shirt that had the Fox logo, which was just so funny and so of its era. I think 20 years.
Yeah.
Because that was from 04.
Yeah.
I think something now from 05 is retro.
Now clothing's a little like difficult, like you want to put a timestamp on them, but I think it's more of when a technology surpasses the other, because I think you and I would agree VHS is retro.
Oh, absolutely.
DVDs are actually probably retro right now.
Yeah. No, I think you're right.
People apparently are buying VHSs again.
See?
That's wild.
That actually proves its retroness when people are like, oh, it's just better this way.
Yeah.
Then they bring it back.
Alex says, what the hell is a Zune? Yeah, look at you, Gen Zers.
It was Microsoft's answer to the iPod. It was an MP3 player.
Yeah, you didn't have to buy the songs. You could download them.
Nick, were you a Zune guy?
I wish.
I was a Zune guy.
No,
Zune sucked. I remember I had a friend who was anti-Apple, and he got a Zune, and he hated it.
Okay,
Josh, it sucked.
We were poor. That was different.
Yeah, no, you know what I was?
I was poor, too.
I was poor. You know what I got?
I'll show you poor.
I got...
Are we having a pour-off right now?
I got like one of those red...
Pour-off. It's a pour-off.
I had one of those like red Walmart USB stick MP3 players.
Yikes.
It might have been a Sony. It might have been a Sanyo. I don't remember. But I had that.
Marta Berton?
Stibbs points out it's relative to the age of the person you're talking to. If you'd have asked me at 21 in 2009 if something from 95 was retro, I'd say yes. If you ask me now if something 14 years ago was retro, absolutely not. Interesting. Well, 14 years ago is 2011. Yeah, that's not retro, but it's getting close.
Nick, is the Xbox 360 retro?
Oh, I don't think the 360 is there yet, but
So
the original Xbox,
the original
for sure
Xbox?
is.
PlayStation 2, retro.
Yes.
Yes, but the PS1 is old, not retro.
Oh, wow.
The PS1 is retro.
Does it ever like once
When does it become
when's it go
old?
from like retro to classic?
Does it ever actually change from retro though? Like once it hits retro age, does it just stay retro?
I
think it just
so,
stays
yeah.
retro. I don't think
just,
there's a category after retro.
I think retro is just an ever creeping thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a beginning or an end.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
like Beethoven, he's retro.
He is.
No, he's classical, isn't he?
Yeah, see,
but also
I think that's the argument is that you go from retro to classic. Like, oh, we've got classic rock, like we've got that stuff. So it has like a timeline. That
classic rock is for sure. Like that's a hard 25-year limit.
Yeah, right.
Which is just insane now.
Yeah.
20. That's 2000. I was a baby.
Yep.
Not
Can
really.
you believe
I was
that
12.
Green Day is about to be classic?
Triggered. Dude,
Green Day is classic.
Wait till you guys hit your 30s.
Duke
Oh,
came
it
out
is.
in
That's
94.
right.
Dude, it's wild when stuff that like you remember vividly is now old, like truly old, or when like things.
So
you
none of
were
the Cowboy
wearing-
Super Bowls or what?
Okay.
So I'm
Okay, Austin.
when I was on my week off, I actually made tweets like
Triggered.
as a joke based around music that Austin and I grew up with being retro.
Mhm.
Like it was like, oh, my dad used to love this song when he was growing up, and it was Nookie by Limp Bizkit, you know? Like stuff like
It's
that.
very
like,
upsetting.
Limp Bizkit and Korn, that's classic rock now.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Stibbs Jordan and Stibbs again are saying antique.
Antique.
I do like that.
Yeah, when you go to an antique store, soon it will have stuff from the 2000s.
Well, okay,
Triggered.
That's tough.
I went to
Upset.
I went to Brass Armadillo a week ago, and they had VHSs in there, but they also had CDs in there.
All right, let's get to Ian's question.
Please.
Do you want to read it or you want me to read it?
Would you like to do which option? We can read both. Which one would you like to read?
I'll read the second part. I'll
Okay.
do door number 2.
All right. In door 1, it is revealed that Wisconsin has filed for and won the patent for red and red adjacent jerseys with white numbers. Nebraska must change school colors or pay Wisconsin for the privilege to wear red.
Door number 2, your aunt is always naked and must live with you for a year.
Do I
Now,
get to pick the aunt?
We have to... Wow. Wait. Because she's hot?
No.
Oh.
There's different. There's
'Cause
different
she's
tiers
ugly?
Of ants. No.
What do you want? You want mid-aunt?
Do you want your crazy political aunt that's also naked in your house for your year?
Whoa,
or
I
do
didn't
you
even
just
think
want
about the politics.
Do you want your like cool casual aunt that's also naked?
Or do you
in your
want like
house?
messy wine aunt?
Ooh, that's also
So you're not-
that's also political aunt though.
So you're...
sometimes.
Yes.
Sometimes.
So you're not thinking of...
That's
the
Buck Cherry aunt.
You're not thinking of the attract. I saw someone take off their shirt during a Buck Cherry concert. once.
tracks.
I was
Nice.
like, "This is
Your aunt?
I call
No.
Buck Cherry mom rock.
I was like, "This is cool."
Is it antique?
It was like 08, 09. Good times. Wow, that's a retro concert now.
Yeah, it's true.
So we need to spice this up just a little bit because, like, I don't care that Nebraska has to pay a patent. You know, if
But
they
it's
change
the
colors.
aunt part.
Yeah, no. But I like because the obvious one is just take
But
choice
is
number 1.
Is it the aunt on your dad's side or your mom's side?
Nice?
Yeah.
No, well, I'm going.
Well,
now
that
I'm
makes a
thinking of-
difference too, because if you go with the aunt on your dad's side, like, it might look like your parent too. I guess both of them would look like your parent, huh?
Did you forget how lineage works?
Well, I just realized I have no. Well, I do have aunts. So no, you can do an aunt on one of the sides because they could be by marriage.
That's true.
yes.
You could have an
Then
aunt.
you're
not by
looking at
blood.
a
Then you're
nudie-
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So
Tight.
then
Nice.
I guess I would rather.
Nick's thinking about his hot aunts now.
Dude's
Who-
talking ants.
Who do I want to stare
Sorry,
at?
severe. Dude's talking aunts.
Aunts.
Dudes will literally sit around talking about their naked aunts.
I mean, I'm
Steve
gonna.
says messy wine aunt might already be naked.
It's true. I'm gonna go with door number 1 because I'm not a Nebraska fan, and I think
See,
it'd
again,
be funny.
got to spice this up a little bit.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
door number 1, you have to pay in personally
Oh.
to
okay,
do it.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
like if Nebraska has to pay in, who cares? That doesn't affect me.
Yeah. Not my taxes.
Yeah. Man, I don't know. I don't want to see a naked person for a year.
Especially one that you have to see at Christmas.
How much would I pay? Though if Nebraska changed colors, it wouldn't really affect me that much.
Well, if
They can change.
she's always naked and lives with me, that doesn't mean you have to see her all the time. It's not like she's like
That's true. I'm
20
not at home all the time.
Right, exactly. Like
Like, man, you'd probably forget about it, right? You come out of the bathroom and then it's like, oh,
or you'd invite your friends over. You'd be like, oh man,
crap! You wouldn't be able to invite friends over.
oh, actually,
I mean,
this
you
might be a win.
could.
I might take the aunt.
You
because
probably
then-
wouldn't want to because then
Yeah.
like your friend. It's like your friend who always makes your mom joke when you were growing up. It's like, oh, I saw your aunt naked.
Is she there? Also, I don't have an extra bedroom. Where would she sleep? On the couch
The grill
with her naked ass?
on your grill.
Yeah.
She would not sleep on my grill, Nick. Keena says, "Can we just do retro colors, dusty red and cream?"
Dusty.
We do love retro.
I do
Dib
like
says I'm going with orange and blue Nebraska uniforms. Go
Sound-
Dolphins!
I hate
No,
that.
that's
I hate
Broncos, Nick. That's Broncos.
Fins up. It's also Dolphins.
Mm.
Orange and blue.
Yeah.
What part of blue is the Dolphins?
Teal is a shade of blue.
All right, don't get technical with me now. Hate that. I hate that part of you, Nick. How dare you?
Wow.
The part of me that's technically
Yes. No,
Nick,
that's
you,
just
you sent a
technical.
question earlier that I was confused by. I said, would you turn down an invite because you can't film it with your own people? Oh, I forgot to attach the tweet that it was associated with.
Oh, okay.
What was the thing? Oh, here it is. So apparently a guy got banned from a PGA Tour event because he can't do TikToks during it or something.
Grant Horvat.
Yeah, I hate this person
Not
already.
to be confused with Connor Happer.
So from what I've gathered, he's like a YouTube influencer who started out golfing and then eventually he worked his way up, right?
Gross.
And then he was invited to this event. He's like, "Oh, can my crew come and film me while I'm doing this because that's my whole bit? And then the PGA is like, are you insane? No, because I'm assuming media rights deals.
So your question is, would you turn down an invite because you can't film it with your own people?
Yeah, or would you just do it?
Now, no, because I'm not a Gen Zer. Austin, what would you do? You're like, but I got to make TikToks.
Yeah, it's part of my digital content. I am TikTok boy, so I would have to.
I like how your bio on Twitter, by the way, says like you make memes.
I'm a meme producer. Yeah,
yeah, that's pretty good.
That's a self-appointed title. That's not been cleared by HR yet. So got to figure that out.
Lots of conversation in the chat about Nick being wrong about the Dolphins not being orange and blue. Yeah, they're definitely more green coated than they are blue.
Teal is a shade of blue.
Yeah, but it looks green.
Listen, if you handed like a kindergartner a crayon and said like
what is
a
this?
box of crayons and you said draw this logo, they would grab green.
Nick, get a tiny mic and walk around the office and ask coworkers.
Yeah, TikTok.
I've always associated the Dolphins with blue.
I think poll question.
Yeah.
This is a good poll question. I mean, it won't be as good as yesterday's.
Yeah. What if it hits Dolphins Twitter?
I'm going to be chasing the high of yesterday's poll question for the rest of my life.
So is your plan to just like put out a lot of polls then? Or like, are you going to be more strategic on the polls you place?
Nah, they'll all be the same goofy crap they normally are.
Nice.
And then if people voting them cool, and if they don't, they don't.
Respect.
It's going to be a bummer when we do our what will Nebraska's record be this season poll question in like a week.
And it gets like 150?
Dude, those things used to get thousands of votes, and now they get like 800. So those days are long gone.
Thanks, Elon.
One time we had one, I think Sipple retweeted it, had like 5,000 votes.
That's incredible.
Like, thank you, Sipple.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Shout out Sip.
Anymore. Keena says, take it from a former art teacher.
Hi.
Teal is a mix of blue and green. Dark blue is a shade of blue.
Interesting. There we go.
Yeah, I always thought that they were green and teal. You didn't think there was any green? You didn't think there was green and teal?
No, I know there's green and teal, but teal is more of a shade of blue. I know that I'm not saying teal is just blue. I know it's blue-green, but it's mostly, I always associate it with blue. It's a shade of blue.
Steve says, with green.
I like how Ian's question just turned into three dudes trying to figure out which ant they want to see naked. Yeah,
I already said which door I was going to pick.
Door 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's because Nick hates Nebraska.
I do.
He's from a hawk land.
All right, when we return, we have content coming up in a little bit.
Yeah.
I got to send that to Nick and you, Austin.
Can't wait.
We can talk. We can put a bow for those who are getting in the cars and sadly missed us going through score bugs. But we can put a bow on the poll question from yesterday.
Oh, hold on. Dr. Girlfriend has chatted in. She said Dolphins are definitely blue. Teal is blue. More blue.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
from
Dr.
a
Girlfriend.
doctor. That's from a doctor.
Are you going to say
2025.
doctor's wrong, Josh?
I don't. People don't trust doctors anymore in 2025.
2020, Josh.
What's she going to tell me to do? What is she trying to control me with? Yeah, she's going to inject
those vaccines,
blue in
probably.
Yeah,
the blue vaccine.
A blue vaccine, Dr. Girlfriend.
You don't want to know what that'll do to your kids.
I don't think so. I won't put that blue vaccine in my body. Thank you very much.
All right, poll question is up.
All right, thank you, Nick.
Can't wait.
Is it posted on your account or is it
is.
posted at USC 1620?
It's on my account.
Wow, look at Nick going for the likes and retweets.
Well, you didn't put yesterday's on the USC account,
Yeah.
Mr. Engagement Farm.
I was engaging and farming. All right, we'll come back, talk about polls and all sorts of things. Josh Peterson and Austin Jacobson and his girlfriend texting and Nick and his fiance sometimes texting.
Nice.
My wife's at work. She's not texting. On 1620 The Zone. All right, the poll question has been reposted because Nick spelled green wrong.
I did. I spelled green wrong.
Grain.
Grain.
So go vote in that one. We'll get to the other poll question that has been all the rage in a moment, but some responses about green. Doug in Harrison, Idaho writes,
Hey, Doug.
Dr. Google says, yes, teal is a color that falls between blue and green on the color wheel, effectively blending the two. It's often described as greenish blue or bluish green. Jordan says the RGB code for aqua is 0,255,255. So it is an exact 50-50 mix of green and blue.
Wow.
See, but I'm on teamcolorcodes.com and it says that
teamcolorcodes.com.
Dude, I use it all the time. But the RGB for this is 0, 142, 151. I don't know what that falls on the scale, but
okay, cool.
Well, it's different than the first one that he gave, which isn't a 50-50 split.
Well, so you have the color code for the Dolphins?
Yes.
Code for Dolphins teal. Let's see. I've done let's see. Miami Dolphin hex code is 008E97 for aqua.
Yes.
So that's the one?
That's the hex code. The RGB's different.
Yeah, that is definitely green.
Dude's talking colors.
Oh, here we go. RGB color space hex 008E97 is composed of 0% red. Yeah, we know. Uh-oh. 55.7% green and 59.2% blue.
Interesting.
Interesting. Isn't that what we were arguing the entire time?
Triggered. Keena says 8% of men are colorblind and they're Nick or Nick adjacent.
How many percent of women are colorblind, Keena?
Nick, you're not allowed to say that about
Come
women.
on, Nick.
Unreal.
Grow up.
Nick just
Seriously.
basically said, how many women are the worst?
Literally.
That's what I heard. And I know your fiance is listening right now.
She is listening right now.
Are you engaged?
Yeah, I'm engaged.
That's
I have
nice.
a fiance.
Congrats.
Doug adds, no matter the color, we know the Dolphins are not winning 9 games anytime soon.
There's
But they
no
have
way in hell.
Tua.
Dude, remember like 2 years ago when they scored 1 billion points,
Dude.
but then at the end of the year they were cold?
That was an incredible season, and that season got me really into football.
Okay,
and then
was
the
it an
Dolphins haven't-
incredible season though?
I mean, it was for a little bit.
I mean, by
They
most
almost won the division.
by
Yeah.
most standards, that was a pretty average season.
Well, it was the first season I paid attention to, and I had
Fair.
a team that I cared about.
Yeah.
And it was awesome.
Well,
like-
no, you've paid attention the year before, didn't you?
A little bit, but that was I hope I'm getting this right, because 2023 was that when the Dolphins beat the Bills in week 3? Or is that 22?
That was 22.
22.
Yeah.
Is that the season we're talking about?
No, 23 was the one where you scored 1,000 points against the Broncos.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
you had Tua fingers a
That
couple
one.
times.
Okay, I'm getting 23 and 22 mixed up.
Joe says, first Nick doesn't want to watch women's sports, and now he's calling them colorblind. Sheesh.
You must.
Sibs, women shouldn't teach art. That's what Nick said.
Nick must have hated our volleyball talk a little bit ago.
Oh, God.
Mm.
Yeah. Please
I'm
don't
the
talk
only
about
person here, I think, who's, well, I guess not you. Josh hasn't been to a Supernovas game.
Wow, we were at the Supernovas game together, Nick.
We
We
were.
passed each other in the hallway.
But when we give away tickets, I love giving them away.
Mhm.
I hope people have fun.
Go Novas.
I want to go home. Cam writes,
Whoa.
0% chance anyone thinks the Dolphins are green. Cam, you wrong, bruh.
Yeah.
Because I think they are more green than blue.
I
Cam,
agree.
thank you for being awesome.
Suck on that, Cam. Let's see. Cody says you just said 57% green, so more green than blue. No, I didn't, right? Let me reopen the color hex code.
We gotta do it
conversation.
again. We gotta run it back.
All right, here we go. It was. Oh, wait, no. Then I just Googled the color. All right. It is 55.7% green, 59.2% blue. Yeah, it was more blue than green. So there you go. Go vote right now.
I know color.
Alex and Lincoln. I use colorteams.com all the time. WTF.
Yeah, it's incredible. I love it.
Yeah, that's for what? That feels like a
Thumbnails.
once off
Thumbnails.
Okay, fine.
Constantly.
Big T-nail guy.
All right, let's see. Sadisker fan. Josh has to go home to do some pods. I mean, I will, always.
Actually, I had to do that last night.
Look at us.
I was going to text you that and just be like, big pod guy now.
This is how the world works.
Mm-hmm.
You go home and do pods.
You live and die by the pod.
Yeah.
You were born in the pod, raised by it, molded by it.
I like doing pods. I think it's fun. I hope people will listen.
Yeah.
I hope they watch. Let's put a bow on the poll question that shook the fan base yesterday.
Okay.
51.3% of over 3,000 voters
Insane.
say that they would rather Nebraska go 11-0 before losing to Iowa, and Texas.
Should they put that on the next ballot?
Yes. See, quick aside, and I've said this before, so I apologize.
Vote in your elections?
I have said that before. I'm not going to be that guy anymore, though. I very much am a believer in every 4 years, the presidential election, first and foremost, because the most people come out to vote. We need to vote on dumb things as well. To first of all, everyone's really stressed that day, right?
Yep.
Let's add a little fun. I hate the question, but is a hot dog a sandwich? Let's decide.
That'd be great.
Let's just do it,
Yeah.
you know? And so, like,
Have an American decision.
You could do all sorts of questions. Like, I used to have a list of questions that I thought would most belong on one of those. I think that we should do that every 4 years.
Yeah,
it'd be great to decide as a country what we actually think about various questions.
And it would be great to see how many poll voters would go to fill out their ballots just for those fun questions.
You would get more voters than you ever have before.
I think so too.
You know,
now,
now
the hot
might
dog
not
supporters
vote
would come out in droves.
You know, because a lot of people just vote for POTUS and then they leave. They don't even vote for the other stuff. So yeah, you'd probably have more people would vote for as a hot dog a sandwich than anything.
Yep,
but it'd be fun.
Yeah.
Door number 2, by the way, was you take your chances and everything is on the table. Over 3,000 votes. It was as 50-50 as you can get. Incredible is all we have to say as we just say goodbye to this topic forever. But unless Nebraska and Iowa get off to 5-0
that's
start,
the thing is, like, as soon as
I am praying for it so bad.
At what point in a win streak for Nebraska would you go, how do we reference this tweet back?
If they beat Oklahoma, Oklahoma.
Wow.
Michigan's playing Oklahoma. If they beat Michigan in week 4, I think that all eyes will immediately go back to the Titanic. And if Nebraska is going to have that season, I don't know if you missed that or heard that yesterday, but John said this would be like the Titanic. Great time.
I did wonder what
drawing
the
people
Titanic
that are
mean.
nude. You know,
like
maybe
your
it's
aunt.
your aunt.
Yeah.
And then you hit an iceberg and you die. And so that's kind of what this is. Like,
that would be, actually, you're right.
I mean, seriously, it's like this is the greatest trip of your life. You're getting laid. You're hanging out with Kate Winslet. And then suddenly you're freezing to death.
What if Kate Winslet's your aunt?
What if Kate Winslet is your aunt?
Well, is she like a messy wine aunt or political aunt? What kind of aunt is she?
Seems to be more of a political aunt.
Yeah, she probably had some takes on World War I when it started up a couple years later, because the Titanic was 1914.
Connor Happer would have hated that.
1911 or 1912.
Titanic, 1911.
The Titanic was before World War One.
Yeah, I thought I guess I always think of World War. Nick, you're right. 1912.
Wow.
Because World War I finished in 18, but when did it start? 14.
Yeah.
When did old France get capped?
Well, if you technically, you
Ferdinand.
could say that it started before because all these countries started to form alliances.
I'm done. And
Thank you,
look,
History Nick.
I don't want anyone to call me dumb, so please don't call me dumb.
It's dumb debates are over.
But whenever I read about the start of World War I, I'm always just still a little confused. I'm like, wait, so they killed this guy and then everybody got mad?
Yeah, so
Everyone was pre-mad. That's what happened.
Pre-triggered.
Everybody, I mean, they called it the powder keg for a reason, right? Everybody was kind of like triggered and just kind of waiting for an excuse. They killed Ferdinand, which pissed off their buddies in this country. But then that country was pissed off.
No, France! I'm going to war!
I was so close to that guy.
They pissed off
I loved his Twitter.
They pissed off the Archduke's buddies in the other country, and then another country was like, "Well, if you're pissed off, we gotta go after you before you go after these guys who are our allies." And it was messy. It was like the messy wine ant of wars.
Okay. Well, I mean, again, I've read it. You just said it, and it's still just a little confusing to me. It's just, but no offense, I think you did a better job. They were just mad.
Yeah,
they were
pre-mad. They're just pre-mad.
You know, maybe you go home after a long day of work and you're ready to fight, and your significant other says something to you, Nick, and you're like, "Girl, woman!"
I wouldn't say that to my fiance.
Maybe
I'm engaged.
When you get pre-mad during the show, Nick?
Sometimes.
About your soon-to-be wife?
No, about you yahoos. Sometimes
he said pre-mad. Why would we make you pre-mad?
Because sometimes I just need
Nick was a little pre-mad yesterday.
Oh, were you pre-mad yesterday, Nick?
Was I pre-mad?
I think he was just mad yesterday.
Mad Men?
Remember that we were talking about StreamYard?
Oh, that would make you pre-mad.
Oh, yeah.
Respect.
Indeed.
Speaking of respect, we will respect Nick's reading ability when we return because he is, well, you're not illiterate though.
That's fair. That's more than a lot of people can say, I think.
What percent illiterate are you?
59% literate, 55% illiterate.
Yeah, Stibbs wants to know, how can it be that? Because it doesn't have it up to 100. Stibbs, I have no idea. I got nothing for you.
Be an art teacher.
I don't know how numbers work or colors. Now, Nick does. He'll tell you later.
ColorTeamWheel.com.
Text Stibbs later and let him know.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. When we return, we'll get to content, including, let's see, multiple lists, Nick, involving football.
More lists?
LeBron James.
What?
Wow, that's exciting. And maybe the most unfortunate death of all time.
Whoa.
That's a high bar, I think.
Maybe the most unfortunate.
Some would imagine
death.
Franz Ferdinand's death was pretty
okay, talk about it?
Unfortunate, maybe not the right word. Kind of funny then. Stay tuned. It's coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. All right, it is time for content. That's the part of the show where Nick reads us questions.
Yes, it is.
And we answer them.
Yo.
Well, speaking of being pre-triggered, I am a little pre-triggered.
What?
It's 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time.
5:39. Central Daylight Time.
Yeah, it's almost done.
And you haven't discussed last night's All-Star finish at all.
Oh, no.
What the hell, guys? How'd you feel about the swing off?
Shout out to Nick for writing this question in the morning and knowing we would not get to the All-Star game.
I'm not an idiot.
Well, it's because we're 43 days away from college football, Nick.
Oh.
So far, that might as well be 45 years away.
Oh. It's pretty retro.
So last night, it didn't seem like anybody knew what the rules were.
The broadcasters didn't it?
No. So when they first were like, we're doing a swing off, I was like, this is the dumbest crap possible. And then I started watching it. I was like, all right, I'm kind of into this. And then Schwarber came up and hit 3 home runs in a row. Thumbs up from your boy. I liked it. I'm happy that I watched the end of the All-Star game because I missed most of it.
I also love the name Swing Off because it clearly comes up with the fact that they didn't have an idea of what to do in this scenario. They're like, swing off.
That's
just swing.
That was for sure a pending name.
Yeah.
That's like a placeholder. Like, this
Let's go down to
happen.
Tom Verducci, who's going to talk to them about the rules. Tom, and he's like, so what are the rules? So you guys are going to swing.
Yep.
Going to be really great.
Which could be really dangerous for some of these guys, considering, loose relationships. You got to be very careful about that
Wow.
stuff.
Pineapple people, am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I don't even know what these mean because I'm in a happy relationship.
Swingers
Same?
can be in happy relationships.
That's true. It's
A
2025.
little happier. Yes, me.
Wow.
Well,
Dr.
anyway,
Girlfriend,
content.
He's got something for you.
We love firing coaches, don't we, folks?
Love it.
In another
List
that came out today, Ari Wasserman ranked the 10 coaches in college football facing the most pressure this year. The top pick was Brent Venables. Hugh Freeze and Billy Napier rounded the top 3. Is that a good list?
Can I actually give you one that's not on this list, I think?
Yeah, sure.
Matt Rule? I think Brian Kelly's in a lot of trouble.
Ooh.
Mr. Gumbo?
Brian Kelly was number 6 on the list.
I think Brian Kelly should be 1 or 2 because if he
Really?
I think so because an unsuccessful season in LSU after all the things that he's brought, all the shenanigans that he's brought to that program, he's never really been the cultural fit that they've wanted him to be. Yeah, I would say that they'll be quick to get him out the door if he doesn't succeed in this year.
Man, I don't know if I'd go that far with him just because his buyout is so big. Now, all these buyouts are freaking massive.
Mm-hmm.
There is definitely a world where Hugh Freeze, because nobody likes him.
Yeah.
And he's apparently been golfing all the time, and that's triggering people down there because, well, it's coaching.
But Hugh Freeze is great at the contract and then buyout. Like, he's great at that.
Yeah, he's really good at that. I don't know, man. I do like Venables being number 1, but that's also because I think Oklahoma's going to stink.
Yes, and also I agree with Billy Napier.
Yeah.
So my 3 would actually be, I would go like Venables, Napier, and Kelly in any order, but I don't disagree that Hugh Freeze is also likely to get canned.
Say it with me, guys. List. Another one.
Nice.
Came out from ESPN today. This time, NFL execs ranked the best receivers in the NFL. Man, people are starved for content, huh?
It's the summer, Nick. Some people are even ranking the last 70 Nebraska losses. It's an excruciating
the
fashion.
score bugs of yesteryear.
Yeah.
People forget.
Don't rip on content.
When are we gonna get the article listing the best quarterback poops of the last year?
Like literal poops?
Yes.
I don't know.
Jamar Chase was atop the rankings, followed by last year's number 1 Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, CeeDee Lamb, and A.J. Brown. Thoughts?
This is the first one where I'm like, what the hell are you doing? I think Justin Jefferson is number 1. Jamar Chase, I'm okay with. Tyreek Hill ain't the 3rd best receiver in the NFL.
No,
is
he
he blue
is
or green?
cooked.
We don't know.
Nobody knows what colors he's wearing when he goes to the games. He's
Nice
getting
save, Josh.
I was like, let's get there. He got arrested one time last year, probably going back to the thing that, no, he's not number 3. CeeDee Lamb is obviously number 3.
At his best, at any point in the NFL season, as long as he can play and suit up, it's always going to be Justin Jefferson, is it not? Am I crazy?
No,
is that
you're not.
crazy, Pills?
Also, I hate the Eagles. Is A.J. Brown really number 5? die?
I think AJ Brown's. It's almost.
I'd rather have Amon Ra.
I think. Well, that's a very good argument. I think AJ Brown.
Also a cooler name.
AJ Brown.
Way better name.
At his very best, AJ Brown, you would argue is
Go
probably,
get ball.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you would just.
he does do that.
If
though.
you put them all in a lineup, you would say, "I want that guy."
Yeah, he does go do that.
Mhm.
Wow, lineup, Austin.
I didn't say that.
There's been a lot of hand wringing lately about
LeBron James.
and his future with LA.
Law.
Well, according to The Athletic, both the Lakers and people close to James expect that he will be with the organization for training camp once season begins this fall.
Wait, that's a source voice?
They added, those same sources said the Lakers have received no indication from James or his representatives that he would request a trade or ask to be bought out of the final year of his contract. Are you buying this?
No, I'm not.
You think he's gonna get traded?
I think he will, because
Cavs?
I think that there will be a formal agreement to move him wherever he so pleases, and if it's not
Nice words, lawyer man.
What if he goes to the Spurs?
no,
That would be insane.
that would be crazy.
They wouldn't be able to Brazy. Wouldn't be able to make that trade.
Yeah, well, he would obviously it would tank his Acho ranking, so he can't have that.
Not the Acho ranking.
What's the Acho ring?
Well, you can't have too many jerseys comparative to the amount of championships you won.
I don't get that upset by bad opinion people.
Yeah.
Like, because it's the job, right? And he does his job of getting, he did his
yeah,
job
he
of
did his
getting
job,
clicks
yeah.
really well.
Hashtag thanks, Troy.
But man, I cannot stand that person.
Yeah.
He sucks. Because I think he is only in it for engagement and making people mad.
You're going to hate the next hire for 1620 The Zone. It's Emmanuel Acho coming through the door.
I hope that this is wrong because him getting traded would be fun.
That would be.
So I'm into fun.
I would
like
actually,
this.
I would love to see like the NBA 2K machine just to see where he could end up. And if it's like the Washington Wizards, hilarious.
That would be incredible.
Get ready to watch Wizards, buddy.
What about the Pistons?
Pistons would be good, actually.
They're a playoff
They would
team.
actually
They
be
play
pretty
well against the
competitive.
Knicks.
And they would be defensive enough that he would be able to be kind of the spotty offensive player. I think that would be interesting.
Look at that, an NBA take from Austin. Didn't
Nice.
sign up for one of those today.
Yep, Jacob Padilla is rolling over right now. He
I
goes,
never
"Oh,
signed
no."
up.
Because he's still in bed because he went to bed
did,
so late
yeah.
last night. Sleep.
He did.
He had to watch the Summer League.
As one does.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? When Steve Sarkisian came onto the stage at SEC Media Days this week, they played the Texas A&M fight song.
Yes.
Think they'll play Iowa's fight song when Matt Rule speaks on Tuesday?
No, they'll play Penn State's. Come on.
Oh,
He's
nice.
an alum.
The wildest part was like he didn't acknowledge it. He didn't even seem to notice it. It was maybe he was just so excited and locked in for media days.
He's probably just happy it wasn't USC's fight song. That's probably what he was really excited about.
That's or Washington.
Mhm.
People forget he coached at Washington back in the day.
Who's going to win the Open Championship?
Scheffler.
I mean, the quote was incredible.
We never got to the quote today.
Not that YouTuber?
That was the serious quote.
It was, yes.
That was the serious
quote.
topic that we were going to get to. It was a very
serious topic tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll put it on the sheet for tomorrow, Nick.
All right. And finally, here's something bad.
Oh.
Dan Rivera, a paranormal investigator who was on tour with the infamously haunted Annabelle doll, has mysteriously passed away.
How do you mysteriously pass away?
Let's keep going and find out.
Rivera was on his Devils on the Run tour with the allegedly haunted doll when allegedly anymore? When emergency services were called to his hotel during a tour stop in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania.
Interesting location.
Probably one of the most haunted places in the world.
A lot of dead folks.
It remains unclear how he passed away, but I guess that's why you don't go on haunted tours with haunted dolls and haunted cities, huh?
Well, hot take, people die every day. I'm not worried.
You're not worried, so you're going to go hang out with a haunted doll.
I choose not to.
What is a haunted doll?
Yeah.
Well, have you
makes it
ever
haunted?
seen Annabelle?
Is it a movie?
Yes.
Yeah.
No. It's part of the
Paranormal Activity series.
It is?
Or not it's Conjuring.
Yes.
It's part of the Conjuring.
Annabelle's a Raggedy Ann doll that is claimed to be haunted. So wait, this is wait, what's so funny about Raggedy Ann?
The way you said Raggedy Ann.
Raggedy Ann.
Made it
So,
sound derogatory.
It's just like
Raggedy
a haunted
Ann
doll.
doll.
This Raggedy Ann doll. That's fair. I can hear
The
that.
doll's either haunted by the spirit of a very angry ghost or a demon. I don't remember which
Wait,
one.
so apparently this is an actual doll
Yeah,
that's
it's
haunted?
an actual doll that's
yes.
haunted.
Yep,
Yes.
Yep.
Because
And
this
then-
is the Conjuring?
The Conjuring series is technically true.
Did
It's
we do the
based on
Conjuring,
real-
Nick? Did we do one of those movies?
I don't remember.
What was the one that we did with the guy from Beautiful Mind, Russell Crowe. What was that?
Oh
movie?
no, that was the Pope movie.
That's not.
No.
That was Conclave.
That was.
Also, The Conjuring. This isn't Paranormal Activity.
No, it isn't.
Because it's not Paranormal Activity. It's called
The Conjuring is my favorite series of like scary movies.
Yeah,
the
actually,
third
I
one
agree.
is kind of weak,
Yeah.
but I really like The Conjuring and Annabelle.
I agree.
Wow, so this is a real doll.
Not the nun.
Not a real doll.
Wow, that's okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Man, that would suck to die because you're hanging out with a doll.
And it's true.
A haunted
Especially
doll.
at Gettysburg of all places.
Everyone's gonna know you died with a doll.
Also, was he trying to just like test like fate when he's like, oh, I'll just go to Gettysburg, notable great place to be, avoiding death.
People do love Gettysburg.
With my death doll.
Take
I'll be
that,
fine.
Confederacy.
Yeah.
Kiss my ass.
Maybe Annabelle's haunted by the spirit of a Confederate soldier.
Oh man, you don't want to be haunted by one of those.
No.
Lee. I was gonna say Lee Arthur, but that's Arthur Lee. That's from
Yeah.
That's
I mean Robert
To Kill a
Ian?
Mockingbird? Oh.
No. Lee Arthur or Arthur Lee Allen is the potential Zodiac killer, allegedly.
I thought you meant Arthur, like the beloved children's character.
Meme of the Ritz. Joseph says, I hate clowns to this day because of Poltergeist.
I've still never seen Poltergeist.
Same. All right, when we return, what's for dinner? But also, a history teacher has responded to our World War I discussion.
Oh.
So we'll see if they're right. Like, what is this person?
Yeah. Were they pre-mad?
I don't know. I think they're just straight mad.
What does
now.
Dr. Girlfriend say about World War One?
I'll
She's
check
a
in.
doctor.
Thoughts on France?
Thoughts on France?
Old Ferdy?
I'm just going to text you right
France
now.
Ferdy?
We'll get it after the
take
break
me
after I
out.
say
Whoa.
check on France.
All right, perfect. We'll do that, talk about dinner, and say goodbye for the day on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
It is time for What's for Dinner. I have a podcast at 7, so I'm going to eat a quick dinner, and so that means leftover pizza, and also I'm going to do some raw carrots in some ranch because I still have the ranch.
I love ranch.
Nice.
Me too.
Very good.
Yeah.
Quick update from Dr. Girlfriend. Her response to thoughts on Franz. Who is Franz?
Tough look for the doctor.
Not great. Speaking of Dr. Girlfriend, we made some salsa chicken in the crock pot yesterday.
Wow.
It's very simple. You dump a can of salsa onto some chicken.
Are you having leftovers?
Yes.
Thank you, Crockpot. Last night I had a sandwich. It was good. Put cucumber on it. Cucumber on a turkey sandwich. Elite combo.
Very elite. Crispy cucumber.
Oh, hell yeah.
Not a cucumber boy?
No. I don't like cucumber,
Josh
but I like
doesn't
it.
like
You like pickles?
No, I love vegetables.
Are you a pickle guy?
Hell yeah, I am. I
So
just
you're
don't
not-
like the flavor of
If you don't
cucumbers
like
without
it-
the vinegar.
If
That's
you
fair.
don't like cucumbers, can you really say that you like vegetables?
Yes, I like broccoli. I like Brussels sprouts.
Cauliflower?
Cauliflower's fine. I like, what's the one
Carrots?
that makes your pee? Well, raw.
Asparagus.
Asparagus. I like asparagus. See, I'm naming all the ones that kids think are gross. Cucumbers
Zucchini?
are just, no.
I don't know
Not a
about
zucchini
tonight,
guy.
by the way.
What?
I don't know about tonight. I might be on my own.
Oh, no. I'm sorry.
Boy dinner.
Aren't you engaged?
I am engaged.
Yikes, what happened? Is it because of the things you said about women earlier?
No, my fiance is her own person and has a life outside of just hanging out with me all the time.
What do you
Josh.
mean?
Thank God.
She won't have dinner ready for you when you get home?
Oh, man. He's going to yell, woman, so loud when he gets home.
Okay.
That
what's this
drywall better
teacher?
watch out when Nick gets
Yeah,
home. I'll
Nick's
tell you
like,
that.
can we move on as fast as possible? So Mike reached out to us.
Hi, Mike.
Mike
Hi, Mike.
is, according to his bio, first of all, he's a carb hater, so he's
Hi.
obviously not a runner,
Mhm.
but is also a chicken wing expert.
Nice.
Whoa.
I love chicken wings. And is a Millard West High School teacher.
Okay.
And track coach. Maybe this is a runner. Interesting.
Oh, chasing
Anyway,
bears?
Mike writes, the only time I've ever been triggered listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct was last segment when I was listening to them trying to explain and discuss the beginning of World War I. Just because I wish I was in the studio and had 30 minutes. Hashtag history teacher. Hashtag wrong turn lecture.
You don't have to use hashtags.
Wow. Nick's
especially
being
as
critical of teachers
Okay,
now.
is using hashtags as punchlines like, is that an old millennial
No,
thing?
I still use that. I find it funny.
Yeah, it's a got him if there's ever if I've ever seen one. But yes, El Scorcha says maybe the best take ever by Josh. Cucumbers are terrible.
I love
I
cucumbers.
So
disagree.
yeah, so the teachers are coming for us.
World War I is so like annoyingly complicated that it's.
They were
But
just-
it's history.
But, like,
all
Franz-
history's complicated.
Franz Ferdinand tried to eat a sandwich, and a dude took the opportunity to assassinate him because he missed him before.
And if he didn't take the time to take the cucumber out, he would still be with us.
the war to end all wars, my ass.
That's why you
There
need
was
to
a
eat
second one.
cucumbers.
Yeah,
People forget about the sequel.
that's why they shouldn't have named it World War One.
They should have named it Great
So-
War I and Great War II.
I mean,
Dumb
comedy.
debates.
You know what they say about comedies? The sequel's never as good.
Wow.
Wow. Whoa.
A lot of people do
Whoa.
think the sequel's better, though.
Yeah,
I think it's great. People love World War II
they do.
in like a non-problematic way.
Dads love World War II.
Yep. All right, tomorrow Austin's back.
Yeah.
Robin Washett's here, and maybe Nick will surprise us with a guest.
Whoa. That'll be fun.
Maybe for
Can't
Austin,
wait.
for Nick. I'm Josh. Bye bye. Have a
Bye.
good night. We'll see you
See ya.
later. Bye bye.
Bye.
Drive safe. Bye bye.